Well, hello everyone. Hi, how is everyone doing on this fine Saturday? It would help if my game would actually tab in. Hello, hello. If you are in chat, please let me know if you can hear me, if everything's going okay. Oh my gosh, can I have full screen, please? Ugh, don't give me issues right now, please. Please? There we go. Hopefully you can't see that. YouTube's very laggy for you right now. That might have been because it wasn't wanting to switch screens for some reason. That was really, really weird. I don't know. OBS didn't want to switch over to Call of the Wild. But, hello everyone. Hello Gunhub. Hello Dill. Hello Blue. Hello Jumbra. Is it bad? It feels more like a Friday than a Saturday. For some reason, it's been in my head all day that it's Tuesday. For some unknown reason, it feels like a Tuesday to me. So, definitely not. But good evening, / afternoon, / morning, whatever time zone that you guys are in. But yeah, please let me know, audio-wise, just in case, you know. I'm always going to ask that at the start of streams, because the last thing I need is to get far into stream and then someone will be like, hey, you're super quiet. So, please do let me know. Oh, I've got a big speck on my glasses I can't see. That's good. There we go, that's better. That's better. You're starting the Rancho grind yourself, Blue? Awesome. I hope that you have as a nice Rancho setup as honestly I do, because I'm loving this. Everything sounds good. Thank you, Gunhub. I rely on you guys to let me know if I'm too loud, too quiet, if the game is like not showing up correctly or any of those things. Have I turned all my like spotting info and stuff back on? I have. So, if you have seen today's video, then you'll know what happened last night. If you haven't, then the title might be, you know, a bit of a surprise, but we are working on getting Great One number 3 now for Mule Deer. And yeah, it was actually at this lake last night. Oh, I still don't have spotting outlines on. It was at this lake last night that the Great One showed up. So yeah, it was pretty cool. It says spotting outlines on, but okay, we'll see. Maybe it's just a bit of a bug. I have had that recently. Sometimes spotting info and stuff just acting weird. Wyvern King, it's 9:21 AM for you. Wow, good morning. King Crab Gaming, welcome in. What do I think about the Rancho Mule Deer grind? Do you think it's easy or pretty hard? Really easy. Really, really easy. We managed to set it up literally in the entirety of the last stream. Which was, it was a 6-hour stream. And then, I said basically at the end of the stream, all I was going to do was do a little bit more grinding and use the couple of 5s that spawned during that stream to basically make sure that I could go and herd manage those, the coast zones. Sorry, looking at settings and talking. YouTube is very laggy for you right now. Is it just laggy for you? Make sure you have hunting clues on. It's a keybind. Hide all animal clues is on still. I might just be... Oh. There we go. I think I was just being dumb. There we go, yeah. It's because, like, I was, you know, turning stuff off and that for where the Great One spawned last night, which was literally in that zone right there. And I do have a tripod to shoot from there across, but I've started to find that it just seems to be easier to just look from here, and then I can see any that are, like, on this side. And yeah, he was literally up in there, so all I saw was the outline. Respawns have been kinder to me on this map? Yeah, 100%. Like, way better. Like, I mean, I don't know if you saw, we have a little level 1 solo there. There's, I believe, another level 1 solo, like, in that corner. There's another couple of level 1s on this lake, but they're in, like, there's one in one herd here, which is fine, and one in one, like, big herd here, which is fine. So, lots of small respawns, but also plenty of, like, big spawns like this in, like, good zones. So, I'm, like, really happy with it so far. I didn't want to get the doe, so I shot him a little bit far back, but that's fine. And yeah, I know, there's a little bit of hunting pressure there. I keep meaning to put a tripod up, but, like, it's 3, so it's fine. What fur do I have? Do you have tiger stripe corkscrew? So, I have 2 combos. They're both dusky drift. So I have a dusky drift velvet, and last night's was a dusky drift heart rack. And I was just really happy to get a different rack, but I really, really, really would like to get the Dripple Drizzle and the Milky Way. Like, those are my, like, top furs I would like to get. Cobweb Enigma is creeping up the rankings a little bit for me, because it's a bit interesting. But Dripple Drizzle I specifically want for a multi-mount, and I just really like the Milky Way, so I'd like that one. But anything I get for the muleys will be really, really cool, honestly. And in terms of racks, my most wanted is the corkscrew. I don't really mind what fur it's on. It's just as long as I get the corkscrew rack. And really the drop time rack is my other most wanted, so yeah. Obviously, the big, like, classic-looking non-tip is also cool. Yeah, there's... Okay, so that's actually a level 2. I thought it was a level 1. I think I've got another level 1 somewhere. But, like, you see what I mean? Like, I've got, like, decent-sized deer, but also plenty of small ones popping up. So, I just tend to leave, like, the smallest ones. I have had a few, like, non-minimum weight estimate level 2s that I've taken out in some of my better spots, but in general, like, we're getting a lot of big ones. Does it almost feel like the old whitetail grind? Yeah, basically, Gunhub. It's like the glory days of the whitetail grind is what it reminds me of. Hello, Hunter Husky, how you doing? Jumbro, yeah, Milky Way is just beautiful. Hello, Andrew, how are you doing? Teak, hello. So, yeah, I really, 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 really like this grind, and I feel like we are gonna do better on this grind. I've also had a really big level 4 rare. I can confirm it's not a leucistic. I still lack a leucistic. It is a rare I've had before, but not of that size. And actually when I saw it, I was like, is that a 5? Because I saw it from the side. But it's a really, really nice rare that will be in a highlights video with a load of other trophies. Like, I've got footage for a Way of the Hunter video recorded. I've got footage for a Call of the Wild video recorded. We're streaming today, and we've had a video. Tomorrow, we'll see what I'm doing. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Try Fernando is fun when you get it set up. So when we, or when I guess, decided not to mess with a ski anymore just because it was being really annoying, the first place I actually went to look at was Parquet, and then I believe it was E-Man in chat said, actually, have you looked at Rancho? Rancho is, like, quite good in terms of where the zones and stuff are located. And I was like, actually, I haven't. I thought they were spread out, like, across the entire map. And then I looked at one of ProXEK's maps, because, like, that's what I was doing while we were on stream. And, yeah, they're only on the sort of right-hand side of the map. It's great. A lot of nice content to look forward to, lol. Yeah, so the Way of the Hunter one is a night vision only hunt. There's 3 rares and 3 5-stars I've got for it so far. I might go and try and get a couple more later, just for a change of pace after this stream. And then I might try and see if I can get some of the super rares I'm missing for Way of the Hunter. And yeah, keep grinding mule deer. And you still need to try and get classic set up. Like, I was saying this to someone in a Call of the Wild chat. I need, like, 2 brains, 8 pairs of arms. Like, I've got so much to do at the minute. It's really, really crazy, like, how much I want to do, and how much I, you know, can actually do right now for content. So, yeah, all the things. It's quite fun having so much to do. Mule Deer Slayer. Hi, Kyla, how you doing? I'd say you're the Mule Deer Slayer out of the 2 of us. You know, you've definitely got more muleys than me. But, you know, maybe I'll catch up now. Now I've actually got, like, half-decent setup. You love how I'm doing more stream content? I'll be the British Flinter? Well, that would be, quite crazy to be, you know, on that level. Would be an honour. I keep ending up running into the water. Like, I keep, thinking, because I was on a ski for so long, I didn't have to worry about water, like, any of my zones, because it was all ice lakes. And now I'm like, oh yeah, I do kind of need to pay attention to make sure I'm not running into the water. So I can't just set myself in one direction and look at chat. Your map's looking good so far. Been seeing a good amount of small muleys. Yeah. Hopefully you've got it kind of similar to me, because most of my small ones, as initial spawns, were and are solos. Like, I have so many small solos. I don't even think I had really many big ones at all that were solo. And that was, like, a huge bonus in and of itself. Not having to do too much to get it set up. I said it was almost like pre-herd managed, it felt like. So, and at this lake, I swear sometimes I get respawns coming in before I've even left this lake, because they just show up. We also have a zone at this lake now that is all level 2s, and I'm not bothering with it anymore. I've got enough shooters that I can just leave it. It's that zone right in that little bit there. All level 2s. Minimum weight estimate level 2s. Like, not minimum, but I don't think, yeah, I think they can go 1 smaller, maybe, and be 2 still, or is that only 1s? But regardless, ones like that, 105 to 140. Me trying to think about too many things, because streaming. I also managed to hurt my hand again last night. Trying to clean, and hoovering really hurt my wrist. So, I don't know how long we'll be going for, but we will, we'll go for as long as I feel like I'm able to today. So it could be quite a long stream. Who knows? We'll see. I should do a 24-hour stream for 50k. Gosh, maybe in a few years then. Hopefully. I'd be thrilled if we ever reach, like, 50k. Like, that would be an insane amount. We are 5 subs away from 16k at the minute. Like, it's 15.9k it shows on, like, YouTube if you're just looking, like, on the stream and stuff. But when I go to the studio app, it shows that I'm 5 away from 16k, which is crazy. You were so happy to find a good bit of level 1 and level 2 melee solos for this map, Kyla. That's really good. That's really good. Oh, and I've also nuked this up here so that all of those would show up at different spots. And so far I haven't had any bounce back. Hi. Oh, how am I going to say your name? I don't know if there's like a way to abbreviate it. So, hi, ESS99. Been ages since you've seen my channel. I've grown so much, like 10k in a year. Will I be covering Ultimate Hunting? Absolutely. Now, I know that there has been a post from Ultimate Hunting showing some animations with the elephants and stuff. Probably will do a video on that in the nearish future. But, like, I had the mule deer video to come out, and when it got shared yesterday, I had the eland video to come out. So I was like, well, I don't want to really put out 2 videos in one day when I can help it. So, seeing as it's not, like, if it was, like, an announcement that the game was coming out tomorrow, then I'd make a video on it, like, immediately. But because it's just, like, more looking at animations and stuff, then you know, I can leave it a couple of days and then I'll talk about it. I know Flint has done a video on it as well, which is pretty cool. Looks like there's some pretty cool stuff. We're going to set the time back because bobcats have spooked them out of here. But yeah, it's really cool. Sounds sick. Elands are cool, but elephants are better. Yeah. Honestly, it's funny because it was literally only a couple of days ago on stream. We were talking about Ultimate Hunting not having shared anything for a while. And then they posted that and sent it to us. And I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, I definitely do plan on covering it. But it's just like, I've got so many things at the minute. That could well be the next video I do. So that could be tomorrow's video or Sunday's video, because I might take... Wait, it is Saturday. So tomorrow is Sunday. Oh my gosh. I'm all over the place today. I got next to no sleep last night. So I've just been chaos today. So I do apologise. But yeah, so maybe that could be, like I said, could be Sunday's video, could be Monday's video. Depends. It depends if I'm feeling up to it. Or if I just try and get some sleep and try and get some rest and take it easy. Okay, so these guys just aren't going to be here this time. That's fine. Sometimes that happens with this zone, but there's a reason for it. It's the bobcats. The bobcats come and spook those. So that's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Sometimes we can just check them. And sometimes if the bobcats are there, they ruin everything. Ultimate Hunting gets you excited, then you don't see anything for a year, and then they come back. It's annoying, but if it's a really good game, then you'll be happy. Competition is good. Yeah. I always say this. I'm the kind of person that can and will enjoy multiple different games. In fact, I was talking about this to someone in the comments. When I did the Eland reveal video, they had the teaser picture, and that's the thumbnail for that video. Someone was saying that basically there's so many people in the hunting game community that are hypocrites, not wanting to play a game like Way of the Hunter, but then saying, like, we want Classic 2.0. And I was trying to explain that sometimes with Way of the Hunter, I just find that it's just too easy, too repetitive. Like, I can predict animals like clockwork and farm trophies too easily. I don't need 20 animals on screen. You know, quite happy to go and stalk for something, like in Classic. But I also enjoy having, like, different rare fur variations and stuff to go after, lots of trophy variety. There's not so much to do in a game like that when you've got every 5-star and every variation of 5-star, and you're just left farming for super rares. So, yeah, I enjoy Way of the Hunter for the, like, more realistic aspects of certain things, but then there's aspects that I enjoy Classic more, or, you know, other hunting games more, like Call of the Wild. Not everything has to be perfectly realistic for me. Not everything has to be unrealistic. You know? I can quite happily bounce between a super, super realistic hunting game. Like, I enjoy games like The Season. The Season's great, and I'm hoping to do some more content on that soon. And then I can play Call of the Wild, which, yeah, it might be less realistic, but I also enjoy, like, the vibe of some of the, like, fabled animals and stuff, because I like mythology, fables, and that kind of thing anyway. So, it's like, I can enjoy multiple aspects. I'm not limited to only enjoying one kind of thing. So, if Ultimate Hunting does come out, and I hope it does, and it has all of, like, the realistic features that they've promised, I will definitely be making a lot of content on that. Because they've talked about wanting to have, like, lots of, like, randomised trophy variations, randomised, like, kind of furs and rare furs and stuff. And I think, like, in the elephant clip, you can kind of see some of the, like, differences even between, like, common variations of a species. And that, to me, is super important. So, yeah, more hunting games the better, because they push each other to do better, you know? Really want a polished hunting game that plays similar to Call of the Wild, you get impatient with the way the hunter aging system, you just want to shoot stuff. Totally understand that as well. And I don't think it's hypocritical to enjoy multiple different things, right? I would love a Hunter Classic remaster, like, where they had, like, all new models, graphics, new maps. Like, port the game onto, like, a new graphics engine and then add stuff from there kind of deal. But I'm also... I love Call of the Wild for what Call of the Wild is, and I don't think that that's hypocritical in any way. And it confuses me when people say that it is. Two concerns of yours: Ultimate Hunting post-launch support and optimization. Yeah, I think I remember reading it was going to be quite heavy on, like, the spec side, but I'm not sure if that's changed. Hi, Chaos Goblin. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you? Hi, the Hunter 22. How you doing? How you doing? Hi, Ian. Congrats on the great one. You guessed the wrong map onto your post. No problem at all. It's nothing you need to apologise for. Because we did go and start looking at Parquet. And like I said, it was only because someone suggested in the chat, like, go and have a look at Rancho. And then my Rancho has just been, like, chef's kiss in terms of how it's laid out. I mean, like, we have one... I mean, that lake hardly ever has anything. So, like, really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that one only has some there sometimes, depending on if the bobcats are there or not. So, like, 5 to 6 lakes that we really have to check, with a few zones at each. And it's just, like, so easy. It's so easy. And, like, it's not even, I'd say it's not even fully optimized at this point. Like, I could put a tent over here for claiming. There's still, like, some tents down here that I can move, that I haven't moved yet. So, we might do that this stream as well. Like, I kept them down there just in case I started feeling like something big might have bounced down there. But it doesn't feel like anything has. You're doing good, Chaos Goblin? Good. Good to hear it. Hi, No Bad Days. I don't know if I saw you join the chat. If I did, and I've already said hi, sorry. You put in the Classic Player survey that you'd like to see a Classic 2.0. I think, yeah, like, I can play anything from a really realistic hunting sim all the way to, like, you know, like the old big buck hunter style of video game where it was just bucks running past you that you shoot. I mean, like, different styles for different days. I know Flint has talked about that. Some days you just want to go and shoot things, and some days you feel more ready to go for, like, a longer hunt process, you know? So, the more hunting games that there are, and, you know, the more that this niche has sort of, like, competition, then it only will cause games in this niche to improve. So I'm, like, always in full support of seeing that and seeing what these games are capable of. Because Call of the Wild for me is just, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. And yeah, it's the thing with Call of the Wild for me is the, like, it's the sheer variety of things. You know, there's plenty of stuff for me always to keep going for. You know, whether it's going for all the diamonds or trying to get all the great ones or variations of the great ones or different rares, or there's just so much. I mean, even, like, different common variations of diamonds, not even just super rares, but then almost everything has, like, a super rare you could always want to try for as well. So there's just so much, and that's what I feel like other hunting games currently kind of lack. Variety is important. Hi, Donovan. I'm doing really, really good, thank you. We had our second Great One Mule Deer spawn last night, and now we're trying for our third. An actual arcade shooter gun hub? Yeah, literally, I can go from one to the other, like, it's not, I'm not, I kind of said this, like, regarding music, I guess, when we were talking about music last stream. I'm not a purist in any way. I like things because I like things. If I play it and I enjoy it, then I play it and I enjoy it. If I play it and I don't enjoy it, then I don't enjoy it. I'm not going to go, oh no, I'm not going to play that because it's this. Because if I enjoy it and have a good time, who cares? Do I think Ultimate Hunting hurt themselves releasing info way too early? Honestly, I feel like that's been the main cause of people's skepticism about the game. Because, you know, let's be real. There's been a lot of, let's call them, like, scammy type games that have, in the past, released, you know, info saying, oh yeah, this game will come out, and then, you know, then they're suddenly asking for, like, public funding, and then they never come out, or, you know, people buy into early access versions, and then it never comes out of early access. So, like, I totally understand why, like, them posting a trailer of it super early and then nothing having come of it yet has made people, like, skeptical that it's sort of in that same vein as other games have been in the fairly recent past. I mean, we've all seen it with different games. It seems to have affected, like, every genre at this point. So, yeah, I think it did do them a little bit of harm. But I also kind of think that they maybe had plans to release stuff earlier than what's happened, you know? Yeah, Gun Hub, exactly. Yeah, Kyla feels like Instinction, but you're still hopeful. Instinction looks amazing, and then they had that weird thing happen on their Instagram where it was like they got hacked or something. It's like, okay, what's going on kind of deal. You know, there's just been a few games, and almost everyone I know has been stung by some kind of game. And it's like, okay. You kind of just hope to see, like, trailers and stuff releasing now for, like, games when they're almost ready to be released kind of deal. For a lot of people. Gonna try play Call of the Wild on your potato laptop. It does work, but it's quite slow. Well, I hope that it ends up working for you. Right, we'll try and get that one. And then that one. Cool. Cool. Wait, are you done? Killer Kai changed her name to Mrs. Flint. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. She did. You know, when they got married. Although it was a couple of months after they got married that she changed her name. Because Flint had kept missing her chats. If I remember right. Second Extinction. Yeah, that was the one I was referencing when I said never made it out of early access, Kyla. That got us so hopeful. If you guys don't know, me and Kyla like to play games together. Like, we played a lot of dino games together and stuff. And I hope Kyla and me will be doing some collabs. Wink wink. With maybe, like, some prehistoric hunt and stuff. When, you know, when Kyla's feeling up to it. Because Kyla does have a baby on the way. So, you know, no pressure. But at some point, I would love to do that. Do some more collabs. We used to play a game, it was really when me and Kyla and another friend of mine called Acid Monster, like, we all started, like, hanging out most nights in group calls, like, a few years ago during the summer, and there was this game called Second Extinction, which was, like, a dino horde mode shooter, just lots and lots of dinos charging at you. It was chaos, it was fun, it was just a laugh, really, to play. And, you know, playing it with friends, it was great. And then it was in early access the whole time. And then they released a trailer of a new map that was coming out. And, you know, said, oh, it's coming out of early access with this map, which had new dinos on it. It had a Therizinosaurus on the trailer, if I remember correctly, which I got really hyped for, because I really like them. And it just looked so cool, and it was supposed to come out in, like, October. Me and Kyla both really like Halloween season and spooky season, so we were, like, super, super, super freaking hyped about this. And then they pushed it to November, and then December, and then they just stopped communicating. And then it was a few months later, I want to say, that, you know, they just said they weren't coming out of early access with it, and that the game would be shutting down. And they, even on their server, like, Discord server, they were, like, recommending people to go and, like, refund the game and stuff. And it was like, oh my gosh. And it was so... Ugh. Because we were so excited about that. And we've never recovered. Super Erythrostic Pintail on ASCII Multi is a little welcome back gift. That would be cool. When I read it as, like, you just got one, and I was about to freak out. Yeah, Kylo made a video on it, on the trailer and everything that they posted. It looked so cool. Like, the dinos had, like, it looked like acid effects, maybe, that they were going to be able to use. The fact we were both supposed to do the release stream with the community manager still makes you mad. And then we get ghosted, yeah. Me and Kyla did a stream with them at one point over on their YouTube channel. And then they were like, oh, when the game releases, do you guys want to do a release stream with us? And we were like, heck yeah. Me and Kyla would do it. Because, like, I'm super anxious. And I have, like, zero confidence. I try to hide it, which people tell me I do quite well on these streams. Even though I'm sat here like, going, oh my god, I sound awful. But, like... having Kyla there gave me a bit of a confidence boost, and, like, it was just, like, for both of us, having someone there was, like, a little boost of confidence, so we were like, yeah, we'll do it together. And then they just ghosted the pair of us, like, oh, okay. And then, yeah, the game never came out of early access. And so, yeah, there was nothing more to do. I think they even stopped, like, doing updates. Because there used to be, like, world events, like, certain areas would become, like, extra dangerous, and they'd have random T-Rexes, and... oh, it was such a fun game. Kyla, I'm having, like, withdrawals now from Second Extinction. Oh, I miss it so much. We had such laughs on that game. Now, have I used the 416 on Why the Hunter is a Beast? No, I haven't. But... maybe that's something I could do for a video, is go and take it, like, out for a spin. That's such a stupid thing to do. Oh, hey, we have this big update coming out. Oh, hey, we're not doing anything anymore, like, 6 months after the update announcement. Yeah, it was just... like, they said it had, like, irreparable issues or something? Irreparable bugs that just couldn't be fixed, and we were like, what? Like, that makes no sense. And then they just dropped it. Like, it was so much fun. I remember crying laughing in some of those calls. And, like, Flinter would come and join us, like, when he wasn't recording and stuff. So sometimes there would be, like, 3 or 4 of us all just playing it together. And it was so much fun. Ugh. Huge disappointment. Kind of like that shot. I think I hit him in the leg. Ah, he'll die. Yeah, you can't even play it anymore, you're sure? Game-breaking bug, yeah. Absolutely. Just... ugh. Wait, 6,900 plus bullet energy on the best ammo? The new lever action's also nice? Ooh. Well, thank you, Donovan. I might go and try that later. That might be fun. Idea for you and Flinter, 22 versus Eland. I mean, the Eland are tough as well. Like, no joke about it. If you guys didn't see the video I posted yesterday, where I shot 2 5-star Eland in Way the Hunter, like, I shot one at, I think it was like 30 meters with the 7mm 08 directly in the chest, just to see how much pen it would get. I didn't actually go into it with that intention. I misclicked. Instead of grabbing the Steyr 338 Lapua, I grabbed the Steyr 7mm 08, which is a tier 5, and Eland class tier 6. And I was like, okay, I've made a mistake here. I have this ball already, like, right in front of me. And then I was like, do you know what? Let's just shoot it with it and see what happens, just to see how much penetration it will get. But, like, it didn't even bother the Eland at all. and then the 338 dropped it in its tracks, so we know not to use anything even slightly underpowered on the Eland. They're just tanks, which I'm glad to see. Really glad to see. And don't worry, we will go and track that other buck. But I know for a fact that they will run up past this zone, and then by tracking stuff, you can end up spooking these. So just want to take down the ones I want to take down from this zone, and then we'll go back. See, we have a tiny, tiny level 1 here. Like, it looks like a doe from a distance, but just, like, really, like, extra chunky, because they've got, like, the thicker neck. But, like, we have a couple of decent ones in this zone as well. This is good to see, good to see. And then we'll go and check the little tiny, tiny lake. Yeah, the game we were talking about was Second Extinction. I'm hunting. It was an amazing game that broke mine and Kyla's hearts. Made us extremely sad for a very long time. Yeah, I'm like super, super missing it right now because we've been talking about it. Just like, ugh. I miss playing that game. Prehistoric Hunt is good. My issue with Prehistoric Hunt is it's a bit grindy. But, I don't know. It does have Steam achievements, and I really wouldn't mind going for 100% achievements on it. Like, I got so into going after 100% because of my boyfriend doing his, like, 100%. But he's on PlayStation, so they call it Platinum Hunting, because it's Platinum Trophies. So I saw him doing it, and I was like, oh, I like this. Getting to play different games and, like, try and get all the really hard achievements. And it was funny, because just before I met my boyfriend, I'd done the 100% achievements for Call of the Wild. And so I was able to be like, oh yeah, I have done 100% on, like, one game, which is this game, and then told him all about me playing Call of the Wild and stuff. And he was like, oh, that's actually really cool. Because apparently it's a super low percentage of people that have all the achievements in Call of the Wild. I want to say K-Flow told me it's 0.01% across all 3 platforms, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. It was so much fun. It was such a fun game. You're salty about it and angry. It's the contracts that you need left for that game. What, for Prehistoric Hunt, Kyla? For, like, 100% achievements? I know you've got a lot of the achievements, because I have creeped on your profile and been like, oh, what have you got? We do need to play it. I might play it, like, myself as well and make some more content on it. I want to make all the content. Like, oh my gosh. I'm so busy. I'm so busy. I should hopefully be getting paid in the next couple of days, and then I'm buying some paint to paint this room, my room, which then, you know, I'm going to paint, finally, because I want to get all that done, because hopefully my BF is going to be here before the end of the year, and we've just moved in here, and it's lovely, don't get me wrong, love this place where we live, but, like, a lot of stuff needed, let's say tidying up. Like, a lot of the paintwork has started to be not so good and stuff. And I'm finally getting to decorate a room to my tastes. Which I've never been able to do because we've always lived in rented. And now this is, like, a place that my grandparents own. So they're like, yeah, just decorate however you want. And I'm like, sweet. I can have antlers on the wall and, like, blue things. And I'm really excited about it. You think it's like 10,000 contracts? Goodness, Kyla. That will be a grind if I do it then. I also want to do 100% achievements on the Angler. And I wondered if anyone would be interested in the Angler streams, like, because that would be something I think that would be a good stream thing. To do the 100% on, like, everything for the Angler. Because a lot of it is, like, go here, find this thing, go here, catch this fish, or like a certain size of this species, or stuff like that. So I feel like we could do a lot of that on stream. you know? Because it wouldn't be really something I would make videos on. I might put a video together at the end to be like, look, getting all the achievements in the Angler. Because I've bought it, and I have everything for the game, and it's just like, because they stopped doing stuff with it, I kind of want to do something. So, that could be another thing that we do on stream as well. Pretty much Gun Hub. There's going to be, like, at least on one wall there's going to be, have a Seeker cross Red Deer hybrid skull that, that's going to be on, like, one wall, sort of by where my gecko tanks are. And then this wall that the bed is against, I've got a big stag, red stag, that's coming from someone that I got through, they had some skulls off of me, and then they were like, oh, would you like this stag? And I was like, yes, please. Oh yeah, there's our other level 1 that lives at this lake. So, oh yeah, and then there's that tiny 2 that I thought was a 1. But yeah, that's probably going to go, like, above where this bed is. So, all the skulls, all the pretty things, all the blues, lots of nice colours and things. It's going to be lovely. Oh, just so nice to have a space that I can be free in. And, like, this space is the whole reason I can do these streams and everything now. So, it's great. And the more it becomes, like, my own space, like, as we've started putting furniture and stuff in here that I've bought, slowly, it's, like, feeling more homely, and not just, like, a box. So it's great. It's amazing. So yeah, I'm just so busy, because, like I said, there's, like, so many games that I'm thinking about doing content on, wanna do content on. Like I said, Prehistoric Hunt, The Angler, and then obviously Call of the Wild, Way of the Hunter, Classic, if I can get it running. And then got, like, real life stuff. And then there's me, who doesn't know, you know, what taking it easy is. And I'm just like, all the things. I've got to try and do all the things. You'd love to get a nice size red deer? Yeah, I was really lucky. I had some skulls that this guy wanted, and I was sort of, you know, focusing my collection down onto more deer species, just because deer are my passion. And I had some that he wanted, and then he was like, would you like this big stag? It's not like, let's say, Call of the Wild diamond red stag, but it's like, it's got really big curled brows, which is something I love on real life stags. It's almost, think about like the old diamond red deer kind of racks with those big curls on the tines. Just gorgeous. So I saw that and I was like, that's nice. That's nice. But yeah, life is definitely taking a turn for the better, so it's good. And I'm just really excited to decorate. I'm really excited to decorate. I know that sounds probably so silly, but it's just like, I get to paint a room for the first time in my life. 24 years old, and finally I get to customize a room. Insanity. Oh. So this was actually the lake that had the big gold rare. I think I need to change the time again, because there shouldn't just be one buck there. Sometimes as well, I've noticed that these deer on Rancho, like, they don't come in as late as the ones on a ski, which is really nice. At least so far. But sometimes it takes a couple of time changes just to get stuff where it's supposed to be. But we've mostly got 2s in one of these 2 zones here now. Sometimes the odd 3 pops up in here, but, like, it's mostly 2s. These guys are gonna, like, completely just not do what I was saying now, probably, just to spite me. There is, like, supposed to be more deer here. I'm guessing that they are actually being a little bit late. But we'll probably just take that 3 then for now. But don't worry, it's not a 2 deer zone. It really isn't a 2 deer zone, I promise you. Like, there's at least 8 in there normally. You'd like to go to New Zealand to hunt red deer and fallow. Not really sure if it's ever going to happen. But you can dream. Yeah, that would be like dream hunts for me as well. As well as moose and caribou. Whether I'll ever be able to do it, because, you know, various different things, who knows. But at least I can live it virtually through these different games. And that's something I feel like a lot of people maybe forget. Is that for someone like me, going and hunting some of this stuff in real life wouldn't be exactly very easy because of my disabilities and stuff. And the last thing I would want is to get, you know, into the middle of nowhere and then something happen. Especially, like, with my heart being the way it is. And then you can't get out quickly. I mean, if my heart started acting up, it could be bad, like. So, like, these games do provide a way that I can hunt things that maybe I won't get to in real life. So, at least I can live through these games in that way. Because I know, like, with a lot of, like, moose and especially, like, caribou hunts and stuff, you go out and stay, for the most part, in, like, tents, and it's a lot. And yeah, the last thing I would want is to have an issue out in the middle of nowhere. Kind of lame, but unless they can fix my heart and tell it to stop doing the things that it does, then I've got to be mindful of it. And we're back to start. But yeah, New Zealand is definitely, like, I'd love to go there just in general. Just to see the country, like, it's so beautiful. You've never been, like, done real hunting? That's absolutely fine as well. I mean, I've only done a small amount. And that, like, that's something as well, I feel, like, if you don't think you can do it in real life or wouldn't want to do it in real life, that the game can offer as well. There's just so many different aspects to it. It becomes sort of more than just a game in that way. Yeah, definitely Gun Hub. Going to Alaska could definitely be a little sketchy with some of my health conditions. Or just, like, America in general. Like, goodness, can you imagine? Like, if I went to somewhere in America and my heart did, you know, one of its things and I ended up in hospital, that would be a bill. My heart was acting up last night. It was just, it wouldn't stop going crazy. I think it's because it was so hot here yesterday. These deer are, there we go. I was looking in slightly the wrong place. But we got some nice sized deer again. Good. Yeah, my heart just wouldn't stop going crazy last night. It was not fun. But yeah, I'm not good with heat anyway. And I feel like it was just so hot and humid here yesterday. That was another reason I didn't stream, is because I had everything on full blast. And at one point I just switched everything off and was just led in the dark with the fan going, because it was just far too hot. Yeah, it's difficult. But yeah, not fun when my heart starts doing that, and I'm just like, please stop, because it gets, like, uncomfortable, especially if you can hear your heartbeat in your ears. If you've never been able to hear your heartbeat in your ears, I don't recommend it. Not a fun sensation. Like, you can actually hear the blood go through your ears. That tree absorbed that bullet. Listen, you. That somehow... Ree, come on. Okay, I'm just bad. Okay. And then, where's the slightly other decent one? It was just a 3. There he is. How many bullets have I got loaded? 1. Good thing is, because they run this way, it's actually towards where the tripod is. So, It's not a problem. I'm just really bad right now at judging. Stop. Just stop running. Okay, that's fine. Because, like, you can see the spotting there is, like, right by where my, tripod is. That was a display of, like, how not to shoot. But yeah, like, that buck was just right there, so they'll come round. So it means I'll be able to pick up the tracks from, like, along here. Like, there's the group going by now. So, the tracks will be along here, so I don't actually have to go back. There's another 3 there, but I'm not gonna shoot at him. Because there'll be a 3rd bit of hunting pressure, and there was already a tier 1. Red Hunter did a poll to see how many players would have hunted IRL, and it was like 20% said no, I'm not interested in doing it. Interesting. It is interesting, like, I guess there's just some people that just, yeah, they don't feel like doing it in real life is something they particularly want to do, but, you know, gaming opens an avenue to still have that interest. And I think the more people that at least have an interest in it is a good thing. Because I feel like if there's more people that have an interest in it, there's more people learning about it, and therefore they can have more educated, like, debates and discussions on it, which I feel like is a positive for everyone when, you know, we live in a day and age with so much misinformation about everything all the time. I feel like learning anything like that is just advantageous. Are these all level 2s now? Because I would not complain. Because it means I don't have to go around there. Cool. Cool, right. So, we should be able to pick up blood from both of the bucks that we shot in this area. There's one. This is why it's not such a problem if they do spook, because they'll end up running around this area. See if the dog can pick up the blood from the heavier one. If not, I might have to go back a little bit, because he might have actually died, because I didn't see how good of a hit it was. I kind of wish you could, just, like, set the dog to, like, pick up any blood, like, as you're running. So, like, say as, like, I'm running along here. Yeah, he did die back here. But, yeah, like, if I was running along here and I wasn't exactly sure where I'd shot something, like, instead of having to keep giving the command for him to search for the blood, like, he would just, you know, have it as, like a passive thing, just constantly going, do you know what I mean? So, like, instead of idling, it would just be, like, I don't know, detecting or something. And then if he picks up, like, a spot of blood from something you've missed, then it would go and, like, be able to track it. Because, like, there's the thing that comes up that's, like, found scat, which they can do to let you know, like, hey, I found some tracks. So it would be kind of cool if that could come up and be like, hey, found blood. And then you could ask it to track the blood from there. You know? If he just... works. It works. Because that was the other 3 that came from this zone, so... Because he's over there, the hunting pressure won't get affected, so it's fine. I need to remember to put a tripod on this little... I don't know what you'd call it, like, peninsula bit. A little bit that sticks out. So that I'm not constantly worrying about hunting pressure there. Just keep forgetting to do it, because I'm dumb. Basically. But, like, so that's $5 from here now. So, like, we've got enough shooters without really having to make too much effort. Like, it's just been so good the way that this has worked. Like, I haven't had to try very hard with this grind in terms of setup. And like I was saying, I just hope that this will be like fallow deer for me now. Just keep it going in a rotation, just keep hitting them up hard, and hope that we'll keep getting new muleys popping, so that we can get, hopefully, at least a couple more of the things that I'd really like, being the corkscrew and dripple drizzle, mainly. Don't care if they're in one animal or multiple, but I'd like both of those things. And the drop tine, if I can. Obviously, they'll get to a point where I'm like, how many is it going to take to get a specific thing? Like it did with fallow. 15 Great One fallow just to get the Fabled Silver. I was reaching a point where I was like, should I keep doing this? Because I've got so many Great One fallow. It was crazy. All for 1 silver. It boggles my mind. It's like the game knew that that was the fur type I would like. Because, you know, oh yeah, here's a huddle of every other fur that they have. But you're only going to get 1 silver after you've got a huddle of every other fur. Pretty crazy how that works. Now, let's hope these guys are here this time. Ooh, I just pulled my headphones out. That was smart. I had a drink and pulled my headphones straight out of my ears. That was unfortunate. Oh, I also want to play DBD. In 3 days, I think it is, the new killer comes out for DBD. It's so creepy. Oh, it's scary as heck. I remember Kyla sent me a TikTok of it when it was in the, I think they call it the PTB, like the pre-testing beta or something. And it's so creepy. If you haven't seen it, it's just horrifying. And Kyla sent it to me and was like, Mel, what the heck is this? And I was like, that has to be the new killer, I assume, because they've just done a new survivor. And I was like, that has to be the new killer. But it was so, like, gory. Like, for DBD, it was more gory than I was perhaps expecting. And I was like, oh, they've, like, gone pretty hard with this killer. Very creepy, very scary looking. Sweet, there we go. Probably not gonna get a silver great one fallow because you really want one. Call of the Wild seems to know, man. It's just like, no, you're not having one. You haven't played or really cared for DBD in a while? Yeah. Like I said, I've got a soft spot for it. And then playing it again the other night when I got this new controller, it felt so good. I had some really good games. But yeah, the new killer's so creepy, it makes me want to go and check it out. Just to be like, well, what's it like to actually play against? And what, like, because so far, like, the only killer that really freaks me out has been the Unknown. I don't like Clown, but the Unknown has always, like, been the one that I'm like, nah, I don't like that. I hate it when people play it. I hated having to play it to get the achievement for the Adept. And it's like, oh boy, this is definitely going to be another one of those killers for me, where I'm like, oh no. Not you. When someone plays it. Wait, that's not the lake I'm looking at, it's this lake. I was thinking about DBD and then got confused. But yeah, when I played with my boyfriend the other night, managed to get the Adepts for both new survivors, so that was 2 achievements. for the achievement collection, so that was nice. Back to having all adepts for all survivors with that. There's just, yeah, like I said, really do need, like, multiple brains, multiple arms, like 3 different PCs. And then I might, like, be able to get all the stuff done that I'm trying to get done. The Unknown's the killer with the weird neck, right? Yeah, and he like, hey, big solo here, I guess. Or maybe not, where's it going? Yeah, it's the one that's apparently a parasite that's in a human skin. Oh, I hate it! I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. So, of course, my boyfriend likes to play that killer, just to be like, you're freaking out! No, I just really hate that one. Wonder if that's... Yeah, okay, so that's that bug. Okay, noted. Yeah, of course, Bandy would do that, right? Little chaos goblin that he is. Ugh. But yeah, having to play as the Unknown, like I said, to get the Adept, which, if you don't know, the Adept is you have to kill all 4 survivors in one match using only the killer's, like, specific unique perks. So that's, you know, I don't normally find that too much of a challenge, because I kind of play every killer pretty much the same way. And sometimes I just won't even use their perks, like I'm just focusing on, you know, doing sort of like the very basic stuff just to get through it. But yeah, I didn't like having to get that Adept for the achievement. Because even, like, when you play as the Unknown, it does, like, the whispering stuff. Oh, it's so creepy. You start playing, like, 2 or 3 years before Unknown came out? I see. So you've never had to experience the horror. It's awful. Like, genuinely, that's been the only one that's ever really got me. Oh. I don't know, yeah. I guess it's just because it's like that almost like uncanny valley type thing. We've talked about that before on like different games and in various streams. There's something very off-putting about something that looks human that isn't human. Like, I can't remember, I think it was a hunting game that had something like that in it, and we were talking about it just had that creepy vibe to it because of that. Like, if it just didn't look right. Just, ugh. Body's like, something's wrong! We'll put a marker in the centre of that hunting pressure. Oh... You know what would make most people more adept? Liking the stream and clicking subscribe. That one was clever, Graves. I like it. Or looks human, but something is slightly off, yeah. Yeah. It seems to be, like, a deep, instinctual fear. Like, that people and humans have in general, of, like, something looking human and just not being quite right. Like, there's something in us that's very aware of that. That kind of mimicry. Which is really odd. Because, like, certain fears make a lot of sense. Like, apparently, you know, arachnophobia and, you know, fear of snakes and stuff all comes from, like, back when we would have been living more with those animals, and it was like a useful thing in our biology to be very wary of them. So it's like, why are we so aware of that? Like, why are we so aware of things looking human but not being quite human? And then you start going down a rabbit hole. makes you wonder why that is an evolved trait. Exactly, Graves. Like, literally exactly that. It's like, what? Why? Why is that in everybody? Because I've never met someone who doesn't get that feeling, which is so strange. Oh. Creepy, creepy, creepy. It's funny though, yeah. That's exactly what I was, like, talking about. What is it that made us so aware of that over time? I've seen, it's like on a similar note, fear of heights, but work on and fly in helicopters, ironic. Oh my gosh. Braver than me. I've got a fear of heights. I don't think I could, maybe I could, like, go in a helicopter, but I don't think I could fly one myself, you know? But, yeah, talking about, like, evolved fears and stuff, and learned fears, I know that when they have, like, orphan chimpanzees and, like, I think it's orangutans I've seen this happen with. So, they'll put them together once they reach a certain age, so that, like, all of the orphans develop, like, social skills to be with their own species, and not just humans. But because, obviously, they see the humans as, like, them, like, their caretakers, like, they think that they're almost, like, the same thing. When they're in the wild and with their parents would teach them to not go near snakes and things that are dangerous by, you know, they see one and then they start making lots of noise, even, you know, throwing sticks at it, or, you know, anything to try and deter said snake or whatever it is. And so I've seen it's such a funny clip. No harm comes to these animals, which is why it's really funny. So they'll have, like, the group of orphaned orangutans all hanging out and playing and whatever. And then to teach them for when they go into the wild, like, hey, don't go near snakes, they'll fill a bag of rubber snakes, like toy snakes, and then empty it out, and then the people will start screaming at the snakes, like, making, like, really high-pitched screams and stuff, because obviously that translates to the orangutans that there's fear associated with the snake. And then eventually they learn, when they see a snake, to run away from it. And there's something really comical about having to be that caretaker that has to empty the bag of toy snakes in front of the orangutans and then scream at them to teach the orangutans that the snakes shouldn't be touched in the wild. Like I said, there's no harm. Nothing's getting hurt. It's fake snakes, and it's just teaching the young chimpanzees, like, or orangutans or whatever, like, hey, don't touch those if you see them. But I just can't. I think I'd just fall about laughing if that was my job, to empty the bag of the fake snakes and then scream at them. Or imagine, like, that's your co-worker and you're the person that was filming it for the video. Like, how do you not laugh at that? Oh. It's just, it's amazing, because it works, and it works quite well, it seems. Well, it works well enough that they learn not to go near them. Because, like, you see after, they see one of, like, the toy snakes or whatever, and they don't go near it. So... it's a strange method, but it seems to work. Oh, it's just bizarre. Something I guess you probably, like, if you're signing up to rehabilitate baby orangutans, like, you probably don't think that would be an aspect to it. That's neat. It doesn't teach them which ones are, like, venomous. I mean, I think it's to teach them fear of all snakes. yeah, very few snakes are actually poisonous. In fact, I don't know, I'm sure there's probably at least a species that I'm not recalling that is poisonous, but there is a difference, obviously, between poisonous and venomous. The easy way to remember it is if with poison is if you eat it, or you bite it, and it makes you sick. Venom is if it bites you and makes you sick. Or die, you know. So it's all about how the toxin gets into you. Venom is injected, poison is ingested. But yeah, I think it's mainly just to teach them fear of anything that looks like a snake. I think chimpanzees are the scariest animals out there. Would rather have an encounter with a bear or something. 100%. There's always like those questions online, right? Where they're like, would you rather be in an empty, it's normally like an empty shopping centre or something, with a black mamba, or 10 black mambas, or a gorilla? And I'm like, I will take the mambas. You know? Hello, Bree. Yeah, all primates freak you out? Yeah, I've never been a big fan of primates. Like, obviously, wish no harm on them or anything, but I don't find them particularly cute. Like, just because I know how dangerous they can be, I think. And even, like, you know, the non-great apes, like, smaller primates, they can have such nasty bites and stuff. Like, they can be really unpleasant to deal with, kind of deal, you know? Yeah, both are not good, yeah. But yeah, I would always, like, rather spend time with venomous snakes, or even, like, a big cat or a croc or something over a chimpanzee or a gorilla. Because, the thing is as well, like, they have a lot of very subtle social cues. You know, like gorillas, especially males, you make eye contact with them even slightly too much and they think that you're threatening them. You know, so they're even more subtle than a lot of animals. Obviously, when most animals don't stare into their eyes, they see that as a direct threat. But gorillas seem to be particularly sensitive, like, to it, from what I've heard. Just, like, you've got to not look at them, pretty much. You'd rather be stuck somewhere with an ambush predator over a primate of any type? Yeah, I can completely reason with that. Completely. How do you keep grinding fallow? 11,000 kills, no great one. I mean, when it's, like, been that many, I mean, I would ask, like, are you doing herd management? Like, are you picking your kills up? All of, like, I'm sure you've probably heard those kind of questions, but more information would be useful, because it might be that there's something that needs switching up, or it could just be that it is just unlucky, because sometimes you can be just super unlucky with the RNG. But if you have any more details as to what you're doing on your grind, like I said, herd management, are you picking your kills up, etc., that would be good to know. Also, what map are you doing it on? But yeah, some of my least favourite primates would be, like, baboons and stuff. Baboons, mandrills. They can be really, really nasty as well. And also, baboons cause a lot of damage, you know? Lots of damage to things. They like to tear the grass out of roofs and stuff in Africa, apparently, which can be really bad, because obviously that's a lot of damage that then they've got to repair for. You'd rather fight a grizzly bear with nothing but your dignity and modesty than even be within 100 foot of a chimp. I feel like a chimp, there's something about them. Again, maybe it's the aspect of them being so human. Like, maybe it's that unsettles us somehow. Do you know? But 11,000 kills for a fallow with no Great One is crazy. There's no way. I mean, who knows? There could just be... I'm trying to think. I want to say someone said they had a 20,000 kill grind for a red deer. But I might be misremembering. I'm pretty sure it was red deer. You feel like everyone has one unlucky grind? Yeah, mine was mountain hare. Regardless of what I did for mountain hare, they just didn't exist. And you feel the same, Hunter Husky? You'd rather fight a grizzly? I mean, I don't know. I feel like I would be more weirdly comfortable with a grizz than a chimpanzee. But again, I think it's more of that aspect of it being like a humanoid looking animal versus something that really doesn't look like a human. There's just something about it, you know? Super freak level of strength that they can exert with a whole ass level of none. Yeah, that is also very much a thing. Welcome back, Gun Hub. We have herd management. Use the Proxy K map guide to make sure you're not missing a zone and killing and shooting 8 zones. And are you picking up those males? Imagine having a limb plucked off. Yeah, I have heard horror stories about primates just literally no effort, just grab an arm and it's gone. And it's just like, oh my god, what do you do in that situation? Like, I feel like there's more advice on what to do if, you know, XYZ species of bear attacks you, as opposed to a chimp. With a chimp, it's like, good luck. A bear, it's like, isn't it, if it's black, fight back, if it's brown, lay down, and if it's polar bear, it's like pray or something, because polar bears, there's not a lot you can do, kind of thing. But black bears are very skittish compared to the others. That's what I've heard, right? Right, no attempt, your limb or face is just deleted, yeah. There's just like, you've really not got a lot of hope, I don't think, once they're, you know, trying to harm you at that point. And there's something about, I also feel like their high level of intelligence, that they also kind of don't, they just don't stop, they kind of just keep going, almost in a playful way, you know? Black, fight back, brown, stay down, white, good night, that's it. I couldn't remember what it was for polar bear that was the rhyme. All depends if there's cubs around, yeah. It, like, everyone always assumes that it's going to be the males, like, that are the most dangerous for a lot of things, and it's like, females, when they've got babies, for almost any species, are gonna, you know, fight to the death for their young, which is admirable and also crazy. You think that's the same, but brown might be turn around and walk away slowly. Just like, oh, that's a bear. And also, I feel like bears generally, they just, if you're chill, if, like, especially, like, I've seen a lot of, clips of, like, grizz and black bears and stuff, like, if you're not running away, you're not making super quick movements or loud noises, they kind of just seem to ignore you. But chimps have that curiosity, well, almost all primates do, where they will come up and start, like, trying to see what you are and trying to investigate in their way, which can get dangerous very, very quickly, kind of deal. When polars look at you, may as well write yourself off. They stalk, they're freakishly intelligent, they will wait you out if they think they can achieve you, yeah. It's crazy. And I know there's a place, I want to say it's Svalbard, might not be, but that's the place that's coming to my head when I'm thinking about it. Where it's actually, like, law that you're not supposed to go out without, like, a rifle because of the polar bears and how dangerous they can be. And also about leaving your car doors unlocked so that people can get in if they need to escape a bear. Tell that to the grizzly man of Alaska. Oh, was that the guy that had his face gone? Treadwell and his GF were killed and eaten by a 28-year-old male grizz. That's crazy. You've seen bears literally climbing trees with hunters in them and they just chill there or continue climbing the tree. Yeah, I've seen that too. Obviously, they are still incredibly dangerous animals. But, like, I just feel like primates have that, because they have that just insane intelligence and curiosity. It's almost like they're going to approach you regardless. If they see you, they want to know. And that, like I said, can get dangerous real quick, especially depending on the mood, depending on if it, young nearby, if it's a male at, specific times. If you're not provoking them, they'll leave you alone. Just don't encroach on their space. Try to bait them with food or being aggressive. Yeah, I feel like that's unfortunately a thing a lot of people do, is try and feed everything. Like, everything. If the bear wants you, the car won't protect you. Yeah, but I think it is... There's a specific place where it is a law, like, that you're supposed to leave your car accessible for other people. Treadwell spent all year with the bears, documented and knew them all by look, etc. Which is amazing, honestly. And it's really unfortunate that it ended that way. But I suppose... Like, I'm not saying it's the case with that, but, like, maybe if you spend too much time with them, you maybe get more complacent, maybe, and you might miss something that maybe if you weren't so used to them, you might not. What a topic for a Saturday. I mean, it's animal related, right? It's like the thing where people don't realise hippos are as dangerous as they are. People see hippos as these big, adorable, goofy creatures, and it's like, nah. There's very little that I would prefer. Like, hippos are just so incredibly tough and so incredibly powerful. And it's like, I just wouldn't want to mess with one in any circumstance. Oh, he absolutely did? Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering, Teak. And then it ends in disaster. At a certain point, you should never forget that it is a whole-ass bear. Exactly, Graves, that's what I'm saying. Like, you almost... I feel like sometimes people almost go, oh, like, I kind of know them and get a bit too comfortable with what's there. Can't smell threats like bears can, and that makes a huge difference too, yeah. Animals are on a whole other level of, the ways they communicate stuff, and I don't think you can ever be too complacent. No matter how much of an expert or whatever you are in that animal or that particular environment, I think there's always place for caution. Give you the crocodiles over the hippo, 100%. The attack was happening, but never fully released, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. Almost any animal, to be fair, can be dangerous in the right or the wrong circumstances, I should say. But it's all about, knowing what is the correct advice for that specific thing, I guess. Which is obviously really important if you're dealing with animals on any level. Because I feel like a lot of the time, talking about the difference between animals in captivity versus animals in the wild as well. Sometimes when you hear of attacks that have happened in captivity as well, I feel like it's often they're being pushed too much, or you know, again, that kind of complacency of, oh, I work with this animal every day, he would never hurt me kind of deal. Which, if it's any kind of animal that poses any kind of threat, like, you've got to just always be on guard for potential things to happen. Because even if that animal is in pain because of something you don't realise, because animals are extremely good at masking pain, like, you know, it might not want to accidentally lash out, but, you know, if you accidentally hurt a very large animal and it freaks out because you've hurt it, because it's got pain that you don't know about, it can end very badly very quickly. You've got to always be on your guard around anything that poses a threat. Speaking of bears, the panda who bares its teeth in grimaces when snapping bamboo, because its keeper made that face, is the cutest thing ever. It's amusing that it picked up that, isn't it? Would still take the bear over a man. Like, I feel like that debate always gets misinterpreted. I too would take the bear over the man. Because if the bear wants to kill me, the bear's gonna kill me, and it's gonna be over. Right? Like, I don't even really think there's much hope. Right? If a bear grabs hold of you, you're kind of done in a few seconds kind of deal. Like, unless you've got something to fend it off with, and even then it's a slim to none chance that you're getting out of there. It's a freaking bear. Especially if it's a, you know, grizz polar bear level. But, like, humans, again, it's that intelligence aspect. And, I mean, goodness, I've been listening to a lot of true crime stuff lately, and the things that humans will do to other humans is beyond messed up. Like, I would rather be very quickly dispatched by a predator, like a bear, than end up being, like, sometimes life can be the worst outcome. If you're in a situation like, you know, a bad situation with another human being. That kind of thing. We hear about it plenty on the news, and it's just like, yeah, I would rather take the bear. Very much would rather have the bear, even if it was like the certain outcome that the bear would attack. I'd still choose the bear. It's not because I'm not scared of the bear. I'd still be scared of the bear. But I would rather have that than prolonged torture, you know? That a human could do. Facts, a bear is just being a bear. Men do more horrific things than a bear could ever do. Exactly. Humans in general, they're just messed up. There's a reason I, like, you know, prefer either my own solace or just being out in nature most of the time, like, where it is just wildlife and trees and stuff, as opposed to being around other people. Especially as someone who's had those kind of experiences that have come close to getting really bad, which I know at this point most people have at least one story, unfortunately. But it's like, yeah, tiger, a lion, a bear, even to an extent, like, talking about the chimps and other great apes, I would rather be at their mercy than the mercy of another fully, like, capable human who was stronger than me and able to do whatever they wanted. As a grown-ass man, you take the bear over the man. Yeah, because either way, like, they could equally do horrible things. It's because they have the intelligence, like a human has the intelligence to do worse things, right? For a bear, I think the worst thing it could do would be really badly hurt you and leave you alive and, like, missing a limb or whatever. But I'd still prefer that over some of the messed up, like, psychological stuff of human beings. How often are people seen with a bear? I mean, I've seen quite a few clips of people with bears. especially depending on the species. I actually watched a girl who was younger than me. I think she was like 19. Might have even been younger than that. She chased a black bear out of her garden because it was threatening the dogs that they had. She literally ran at the bear, and the bear ran away. So if it was a black bear as well, like, chances are you'd be okay. I very rarely hear of, black bears attacking. And again, generally it's like, if they're in a position where they can't really do much else kind of thing. Well, this got dark. It's interesting where these stream chats can go, like, from the ethics of hunting to how dangerous certain animals are. It's very interesting how stream combos can go. I don't even remember why we started talking about it. I know we were talking about... Oh, it's because we were talking about DBD. That's why. Human beings are scarier than anything you're going to stumble on in the wild. It's kind of where we've, like, gone full circle. Because that's basically what we were talking about. Which is quite funny. Gone full circle. Speaking of gone full circle, we are back again at the start of the run. See, like, how much quicker we can get through these runs than the runs on a ski? I feel like they go so much quicker. So much quicker. And this deer that spooks is only a little 3, and I've just decided to leave him for now. Because this place is an annoying place for any deer to be. And it seems like as soon as I shoot one from here, one always comes back. So... a little gun have. Let's face it, we're the psychos. Lol, mistress. I'm gonna have to redo the time. Gosh, it must be really windy outside. Sounds like... yeah, goodness. Just like heard like a real big gust of wind. Yeah, we started with Creepy Killer and DVD. Yeah, humanoid things not being quite human. Or things that look human not being quite human. The, whatever, something Valley effect. I said it earlier, now I've forgotten. I mean, this is what these streams are, is we just talk. What else we gonna do? Well, ayo. There they come. See, it's like the bighorn leave and the muleys arrive. Uncanny Valley, that's it. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word. I was like, it begins with U. I just couldn't get it to come out of my brain. What is the dreaded rat that I don't want for the Great One Mule Deer? Honestly, none. Like, I don't dislike any of them, really. My least favourite is the quote-unquote typical rat. Which is, like, it's still cool. The only reason I am not the biggest fan of it is it's just not as cool to me as the other ones. But, I don't really dislike any of them. Obviously, the thing I don't want the most is, and DB will do it every time, yeah, Ian. Yeah, the thing I don't want the most is, like, exact duplicates, you know, same rack and same fur, but I'm not, like, opposed to any of them, really. Like, I like everything. And the one rack that I, like, really, really want, which is the corkscrew rack, is the rack that most people really don't like. So, I guess, again, I'm just the odd one out. But it seems to be so much more consistent. Like, have a couple of big ones at each zone. Really typical rack. Most of the... Yeah, the drop tine or the corkscrew rack. Yeah, I really like the drop tine. That's the other most wanted rack for me. And corkscrew is my top most wanted. So, yeah. I'm a little bit different. Someone accused me when I said that. It was in one of Flinter's streams when the Muleys had, the Great One Muleys had just come out with a ski. Someone said that I was only saying I liked the corkscrew because I like to be different. And I was like, no, I just am. Like, I just am different. I can't help that. I can't help that I have different tastes. I always have done. That's why I'm me. Like, they were like, oh, you just always want to be different. You always want to say that you like something different just to stand out. I was like, okay, damn, I guess I can't have an opinion. When aren't I Aldo Dip? Very good question. I'm me. And I have my own thoughts, opinions, and tastes. You don't like the corkscrew rack? Yeah, most people don't. And that's fine. I just really like it. I think it looks cool. It reminds me of a couple of real life examples I've seen. And because I like, you know, real life unusual antlers and stuff, I like that it's in the game and I'd like to have it in the trophy lodge. Like, I just think it's so different that I like it. But how dare I? Because I must only like it because I want to be different. Oh dear. How dare I? Hi Elephant Puppet, how you doing? I'm doing really good, thank you very much. We got the second Great One Muley last night, so that was really good. If everyone were the same, there'd be no need for menus in restaurants. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, if someone, I don't know, someone likes pickles and you really don't like pickles, and you go, oh, you just like pickles because you want to be different. It's like, no, I like pickles because I like pickles. Like, you don't think it looks bad, it's just small. Yeah, I understand that, but then I've always said for me, Great Ones, it isn't about the size or the score. I just like the uniqueness of them. Everyone is different, that's what makes you you. Yeah, exactly. Gosh, if I said to every, like, other person, like, I should just go, oh, you only want the big classic rack because you want to sound like everyone else. Then they'd be like, no, I just like it. And then I'd be like, yeah, that's exactly the same thing, but flipped, you know, on me. I just like it because I like what I like. You like it because you like what you like. To be fair, I love the fabled ginger mousse with the spider rack. Everyone's is unique in matter of taste. Some people are wrong, but that's fine. I have unique taste in a fair variety of things. But if no one had, you know, uniqueness, everyone would be carbon copies and it would be like the most boring thing ever. Because then there would be like no uniqueness. And how boring would that be? Difference is interesting and cool. Ah, I hadn't reloaded. What a mistake. What? For some people there's no need for menus because all they order is chicken strips and fries. Me and my autism. Finds one food that I'm comfortable with that doesn't make me feel sick from either texture or flavour, and then I'm like, yep, that's me. That's what I will have now. What's my favourite Great One? For each? So for each species, okay. Do you mean like ones I have, or like potential like, combos / variants. You wish they had racks that had, like, maybe one side only, just like a half rack. That would be interesting. Hey, Clay Drew, how you doing? Mistress, your husband just texted you some pictures of some moose he just saw. That's so cool. Also, wish the velvet was better. I think it needed to be farther along in the growth so it wasn't just a ball. I said that. That's my only nitpick with it. Is I do wish that it had, like, more defined tine shape and stuff. It is, like, kind of early on in the growth. Like, earlier than even I feel like people who do shoot deer in velvet would normally shoot one, you know? It's just, like, a little bit too far in the growth stage still. If you go to a restaurant with you and I order chicken strips without looking at the menu, I'm leaving. No, I look at the menu. I look at the menu. And then I'd be like, what seems like the safest option for me? Because, like, if I'm not careful, I'll just end up being ill. Because I do also have a very uncooperative stomach, unfortunately. Because I got a very, very, very serious, nasty bout of food poisoning when I was younger. Like, to the level that I could have died from it. And when it got diagnosed, when I got taken to the doctors because I was super unwell, they diagnosed me with it. It's called Campylobacter, and it's actually a notifiable disease in the UK. You have to tell the government when someone contracts it, and I had to go through all these tests and lots of paperwork, and it kind of left my stomach kind of permanently a little bit fragile, which isn't a surprise because I had it really bad. So yeah, it seems like people don't understand that everyone is different and should be different. Yeah, exactly. And that you don't have to hate somebody for being different. You don't have to love all the same things to like somebody. Like, you can like different things and still be friends. Or have different opinions on things and still be friends. Or even if not friends, just amicable. Like, you don't have to always be, like, perfectly matched on everything. Right, put your head down again. Do it. Thanks. That'll be a nice easy pickup. And then we bounce over here. Alright, mistress. To be fair, I do tend to just stay at home. I don't really like restaurants. Restaurants make me anxious. Also, don't like eating in front of people. Because anxiety. So, I'm not really a restaurant kind of person at that point. I don't know. I've had bad experiences that make me anxious with it. You want a lodge full of velvet racks, but you only get corkscrew? Oh. I'll take the corkscrew luck. Oh, one of them was a tiny bull, mistress? That's adorable. Okay, it's just a club of antler. Okay, and potential Great One combos elephant. Right, so whitetail would be drop tine. Obviously, like, there is the option for the fabled piebald fur, but honestly, it's a cool fur, but it's not something that I would be, like, fussed really either way. I'd just be happy to get a drop tine rack. I'd kind of want the piebald aspect of that one more just because it's extra rare. It's not really even my, like, favourite piebald variation for anything, so whitetail. Then what came after whitetail? Red deer. Well, red deer is red deer. I mean, I don't really mind. I guess the biggest rack is always the cool one. Moose, fabled ashen, big non-typical. That would be amazing. Fallow deer, silver Irish elk. Pheasant, fabled sapphire. It's gorgeous. Fox, the Oh, we had this last stream, I feel like. Oh, Mystic Snowdrop. Mystic Snowdrop. Is this the Mel's Grinding channel? Hello, K-Flow. What have I missed? Bear is the chestnut or the glaciers. Like, I really like them all. What am I missing? Whitetail moose, bear, red deer, fallow deer, pheasant, fox. What am I missing? Obviously muleys, which for me I'd really like the corkscrew rack on the Milky Way, like the actual Milky Way fur, not the dusky that's mislabeled. I'm missing one, I feel like, and I can't think what it is, and that's making me feel really, really stupid. Tar. Bighorn's skull. I really like that one. It's very, very cool. Your autistic grades, you get the having food you're comfortable with, but you've got to explore a little at a certain point. How else will you know your own preferences? Yeah, I'm just like, with eating out especially, because eating out normally involves other people, and I'm like very uncomfortable with other people being around when I eat in general. Because like I said, bad experiences. Quote unquote people that comment on everything you eat and how you look, your weight, etc. when you're trying to eat. So, I just don't really like eating in front of people. Like I said, I'm not really a restaurant goer. I'm just a very keep to myself thing. Like, I'm more comfortable trying stuff if I don't have to worry about other people as well. Do I separate parts of the map, you know, like the way you have a yellow... Wait, do I grind separate parts of the map, like the way you have a yellow border? That's just, like the different regions of the map. I don't know if you can see, like with the yellow names. I just grind the lakes. That's all. But they're within different regions, but like, it's not the region that I'm grinding, it's just the lakes. Yeah, tar fox. Yeah, so, yeah, we've done them all then. Okay. Yeah, we've got to change the prompt because I got the hair. Lastly, thank you. Congrats. I'm saying congrats on the second muley. Thank you so, so much. Oh, it was so crazy how it happened last night. Like, I was in a call with a group of people for the first time ever, that's a level 5, for a movie night. It was some of my boyfriend's friends, and they do a movie night on a Friday night, and I joined them for the first time, and we were sat watching a TV series, and I spotted the great one, and I was like biting my tongue, like, don't scream, don't scream, don't scream, don't freak out the people I've just met, because none of them knew what I was doing. So I just had to, like, cough, cough, Graves, that's not true. Spoiler. Mel popular, lol. Hi, Twisted Shadow, how you doing? How you doing? Hopefully my next one's on live stream. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping. Just thinking... Plan for a corkscrew and maybe you'll get a velvet. Yeah, you've got to, like, play mind games with Call of the Wild. Would you like to play on on PS5 some night? I don't have PlayStation. Sorry. There we go. A nice little 205.49 diamond boy. Actually got the touching brow tines. I said I wasn't going to with a ski, K-Flow. But then last stream, which I don't think you were here for, I did say I was going to do some grinding off stream because, one, I've got a lot of things I, need to do, and I wanted to get a second great one, and I wanted to get the zones on the coast managed down, so I was going to be grinding anyway. So, yeah, that was talked about last stream, K-Flow, but you weren't there. unfortunately, for the conversation, so. Hello, Maya. How are you? Please move from behind the cactus. Just move. You feel tar's the one grind you won't do? I mean, there seems to be, like, one that everyone... Like, there's always, like, one grind that people don't like the sound of, you know? Yeah, okay, Flo, because I wanted to get this grind going, I wanted to get, like, a feel for it and stuff. And to be fair, we did 6 hours of setting up last... Well, it wasn't all 6 hours, but say, like, 5 hours of the 6 setting up, so... Last stream. You're chilling, other than your ear. How's the grind going? Well, we just shot the first diamond of the stream, but we are getting, like, really consistent respawns, lots of max weight estimate males. There's, just, you know, positive things occurring. Because this is what was happening, like, last night before the Great One popped. Just, this is how it is for this grind. Just way more consistent, it feels like. Way more consistent, which is good. That's what I was talking about, like, last stream before we moved setups, is like, it's not like when I start getting a ton of small ones I feel like a great one's gonna pop, because when you're getting, like, a good amount of, like, consistency, good amount of, like, decent sized ones, if you're getting a lot of diamonds, all that jazz. So, no worries, we'll get one on stream, I have no doubt. Yeah, that's what I said in the video today as well, if you haven't seen it, K-Flow. Like, we're going to be grinding for more muleys. Obviously, we're grinding for one now. Because I want to get the Dripple Drizzle for her. Really would like to get the Milky Way for her. I'd like to get the Drop Tine rack. Obviously, want to get the Corkscrew rack. So, there's potential for, like, 2-3 more grinds. So, at least. Tar ain't bad, they just take a while. Yeah, I feel like once you get tar set up and your zones found, they're not as bad. You won't do tar putts. You don't like the noise they make. Fair. Oh, good luck, Armchair Hunter. I hope you get it soon. Might have to try Rancho Maya. Yeah, it's actually surprisingly really good. I actually prefer it over a ski. Like, just in general, I think it's nicer. How many Great One Mule Deer do I have, Brie? I have 2. They're both Dusky Drift. One is a Velvet Rack, which is the one I got off a ski, and then the other is the one I got last night, which is the Heart Rack. Dripping for the Sack Rack, calling it now. I would love that as a combo, because it's like the antlers are dripping. Oh, that would be so cool. This grind happened just like your Moose got so irritated with Yukon, and Flinter was on Medved, so you swapped to it, and you both got it within a few days of each other, I think. Yeah. Like I said on the previous stream, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta, you know, see, like, okay, everyone says a ski is the best map for mule deer, kind of deal. And if you go to a ski and you don't like it, then go and try another map and see if you like it. And you've got to go with what you are finding to be better for you. Otherwise, it's just not going to work, you know? Adore the Heart Rack, Brie? Yeah, I adore it too. I always say, and I said it in the video, it reminds me of a wrought iron gate. Like a fancy wrought iron gate with, like, designs in it, with all the little flourishes. It's beautiful. You'll see how a ski goes, and if it doesn't work, you'll try Rancho. Yeah, like, exactly, just try and see what you like. How did me and Flancho meet? So, basically, there's a mutual friend of ours called Acid Monster. He pops into the stream sometimes, and we've played Call of the Wild together since I was on Xbox, and I was talking to him one day, and he was like, you do realise that, you know, I, like, spend time with Flinter, and, like, we hang out and stuff, and I've met him, and I was like, no. And then he was like, I'm going to put in his Discord that you're a big fan of him. And I was like, don't do that. That'll be so embarrassing. Don't, like, because he, you know, being friends, he was like winding me up. He was like, no, I'm going to say you're such a big fan and all this. And I was like, dude, please no. And he did it. And that was back when Whitetail were like the only great one in the game kind of deal. And I had quite a few. And then Flinter responds, because I was giving acid monsters some, like, in the call we were in, I was like, I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've said that. That's so cringe. And then Flinter replies and goes, well, actually, I'm a big fan of yours. I've seen all the Great One Whitetail you've got. And I was like, hi. And then Acid was like, now you two speak. And so then we kind of just started speaking from there. And because me and Acid were friends, we ended up hanging out in, like, the same calls as, you know, Kyler and Flinter, and played games together, and found that, you know, we had a lot of similar tastes and interests, and sort of just went from there. You don't think there's a great one that you wouldn't try to get, Gun Hub? There's just some that you know for sure gonna take, like, it feels like forever to get? Yeah. Understandable. There's not one I'll ever try not to get, but, like, I know when they said that Fox was gonna come out. Bobcat do spook animals. They do spook the mule deer, K-Flow. For a fact. Like, they do spook them. Which is annoying. For one of my zones in particular. But generally they're not too bad. It's just the one zone that they're a pain. How goes the hunt? Hi, K-Mac. It's going pretty well. We've had a diamond. And just lots of nice, consistent respawns. No hassle. Just smooth grinding, so... Yes, that's exactly it. Or a really artistic candelabra or chandelier. Yeah, exactly, Brie. That kind of, like, old-fashioned, artistic, gorgeous look. Yeah. Does Rancho have predators that scare the muleys from their drink zone? Yeah, like saying the bobcats. Which is unfortunate. The one lake that is really a problem for me with them is the this lake, because sometimes they spook them before I can see what's there, which is an issue. Oh, you just meant it's not as often as wolves? I don't know. I'd say it's damn near as often as wolves did on my ski. Like, if not more. Honestly. There we go. I had to be careful with that doe. At least it's not the mountain lions in SRP. Yeah, that's a different level. I just want the ducks on a ski, to be honest. I've had quite a few trophies for the ducks now. There's gonna be a video coming out that I feel like I've been talking about for like days at this point, that has 2 trophy gold rare wood ducks, and then it's got a rare snow goose in it. So lots of really cool bird trophies. And that was the day Flint became #malfamous. How's the coast? It's kind of annoying. Like, you can see where I've got zones. But I just, last stream when we had a couple of 5 spawn, just from me shooting a few deer as I was setting up, I shot them down to level 2s. I literally, after the stream, just went down there and just kept killing what was down there that was above a level 2 over and over again until they were 2s, and it didn't actually take that long. So, it was pretty alright. You wouldn't mind rare, I assume that's rare duck? You have a Luhen? Ooh. Yeah, basically, tell. He's like, okay, you be friends, and then, yeah. And then we started hanging out. All hanging out in a group, and as I was saying earlier when Kyla was in chat talking, we played a lot of, like, Second Extinction together, and, like, lots of just games, and found that we all had very sense of, like, the same sense of humour, which, that makes a group of people bond very quickly. Oh, an erythristic. I see. Sorry, I should have thought. Should have pet that deer that was waiting down by the water for you. It's always the does that get stuck as well. It's never like a decent sized male or anything. It's always just like a doe. If it was like a, you know, even an okay-ish size buck, I'd take some pictures of it for thumbnails. Speaking of, did you guys see? We have a new thumbnail for today's stream, which is actually from a picture of a doe that we had get stuck while grinding during setup. Oh, the auto got you? I see. You did Whitetail on Rancho when you started PC, killed like 6k, never spawned one, and then your profile wiped? Oh my god, Dip, that's awful. I pulled like six maybe? Great one, Whitetail off of Rancho, I want to say. I swear there was another. There he is. Oh, did that doe catch that? She damn well did. Oh well. Doe's catching bullets. She ducked right to the side in time. Maybe she comes back as a rare, which I wouldn't mind. I keep going to a ski, right? This further proves my point. Like, with how my struggles with the ski have been. Remember, if you've been here for, like, the streams when I was on ski? Like, there was the more white piebald doe that I've been leaving on my map. Well, I said I was going to go and shoot her after the end of the last stream, right? So I went to go and shoot her. And I haven't seen her since. I cannot get her to show up at that zone. At all. Like, if that doesn't just sum up the problems I was having with the ski, trying to grind it, that I cannot get a doe to show up to its freaking zone, like, I haven't seen it at all. Because I was going to record it, and then I thought, okay, I do not care at this point. If I see this doe run past, I will blast it with the 300, and I will just tax it, because it is a doe. I want it for a multi-mount, hopefully for the future, but it is just a doe, so I wasn't going to worry too much about it. Haven't freaking been able to see the thing. It's so stupid. Every time I keep going back there, change the time, exit out of the map, exit into the... Not exit into the map, that makes no sense. Yeah, exit out, back in. Just, like, cannot get it to show up. It's so bad. The tar spam call issue is funky. There's an issue with their calls. I didn't know that. What's happening? Just, like, repeat call? When your AI level is 1 and your trophy score is 0, I can see why they just sit there. Lol. That's what I was hoping would happen. Autocorrect loves you, Ian. Lol. You've been grinding bears and elk on a ski. Can't for the life of you find a level 3 grouse, so still fleeing on the river. I have a level 3 grouse that is somewhere near the starting lodge. Still can't find the thing. The whole time we grinded on a ski, it could never find the thing. Like, just can't find anything. Putz will enjoy the stream, gave me a thumbs up, gotta do a pre-flight check and flight. So have fun, all been neat. Take care, Putz, and have fun and good luck. Be safe. I hope you have a good time. So weird how some maps don't work for people. Yeah, like my ski just hates me for some reason, which is really annoying. Like, I really don't understand why I can't get, like, a doe to show up to a zone. It's just doesn't make any sense. I have told Jaxie about it as well. I was talking to him, because another content creator was as well, about, like, not having them show up to their zones. And he was saying, like, if it's respawns, they might have moved. And I was like, no, the issue I'm having, it's not with, like, respawns, it's just, like, and I had to explain, I was like, okay, if I have a herd of 8 deer, okay, maybe I've shot 2 bucks once out of that zone, right? And I was like, but now, the whole herd doesn't show up. Not just, like, ones that I've killed, like, in the past, but the whole herd. Like, does, bucks, doesn't matter, just none of them actually show. And they were gonna look at it and see, because it's weird, like, there's something that doesn't feel right. Do I still play on Xbox? No, I'm on PC, but I do use an Xbox controller. I prefer using controller. Not very good on mouse and keyboard at all. So, controller is my preferred way. Might not have got a respawn here, or at least not a very big one. We'll see as we get closer, just in case. It's crazy to me that there's, like, people that will pop in chat that are then going to fly a helicopter. Like, that's so crazy to me. It's incredibly cool. On Tay, you have a zone with a pair of males who spam call 4 times? Like, at once? So, like, call, 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 call. Like that. So it'd be like 4 of the, like, weird squeaky noises. Because if so, that is truly bizarre. If this zone doesn't want to give respawns, I could care less. But we'll check next time. That's going to be that tiny 2. Okay, cool. Back to the start again. You want to get a heli pilot license? I think that'd be really cool. It's funny, I guess it's technically still not far from where we live, because we didn't move all that far. But, like, really, really close to where we used to live. There was a, I don't really know what you call it. It's not an airport, but it was a place where planes go to be, like, deconstructed and stuff once they've, I guess, reached the end of their career. I don't know what you would call it. But there would always be planes and helicopters coming in and out as well, because certain celebs would use it. I think my dad said even Taylor Swift was there not that long ago. And they actually did some filming with, I believe, Tom Cruise there not all that long ago, and we could see all the production lights and stuff from where the house was. Like, we were that close. And as we were, like, coming backwards and forwards as we were moving house, and, you know, me and Dad were bringing stuff over, it was quite funny, because we saw a lot of planes coming in and taking off. We saw a lot of helicopters, like, just taking off or just coming in. It's really quite a busy place. But yeah, it seems like it's like a private airport, but also somewhere that planes get taken apart once they're too old. Or maybe have, like, a fault, or, I don't know, whatever reasons there are for taking apart planes, I guess. It's always been an interesting place to drive past, that's for sure. They've had some cool stuff in there. Yeah, like that. How strange. Tom must have good phone service. That's terrible. The puns. So maybe consider liking, subscribing, and if the mood takes you, oh my god, becoming a Mel famous member. Oh, Graves. Okay, interesting. It feels like not all of them are here. Which, that's okay. Can deal with that. We'll just take him for now. Have an air museum near you. Several hulls and decom jets. They still have an active airstrip. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Neighbours. Your neighbours are very well off with money and they own a couple of helicopters, and sometimes they come home in their helicopters. You can hear them coming from miles away. Yeah, that's very noisy things. Very noisy. You're gonna go there to see one of the last two existing Lancaster bombers. Have an attachment to them because your mum's grandpa was a mechanic on one of them. Oh, but sadly she couldn't fly that day. That's really sad. But that's cool though, the attachment to the Lancaster bombers. Glad to bless stream with your puns because your wife hates them, LMAO, lol. You want to switch to computer but don't want to rebuy the map still? Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's not, like, able to, I guess, cross-progress. I guess it's still the same thing, right, for DLCs. It would technically be, like, cross-progress. That would be so great if that was a thing. What is going on? I see. These guys are still coming in. Yeah, I think... yeah, maybe they are starting to come in a little later now. To be expected, to be fair. Seems to happen with any species that you grind. Well, that looks to be all twos, but I'm probably going to take a couple of them out just for consistency. No one shamelessly promotes a streamer like you do. Viva La Graves. I mean, accurate. So that was a bigger two that can die. Got a lot of twos. Could be because we had that 5. But, hey-oh. How did that, I was going to say, how did that not hit it? But it did. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to pop 2 of the bigger ones from here. Because I do quite like that zone. Probably go for those 2. Blam. Blam. And, you know, good measure, that one, because it's kind of decent for a small end too. Hi, Jape! Hi, and congratulations on MULE Great One number 2. Thank you so much. I'm so pleased that we actually got a second one. It was starting to feel like it was never going to happen, especially when I was on a ski, but Rancho has definitely been a good turning point so far. Am I a Swiftie? I don't know if I count as a Swiftie. I don't really know if I count as anything for, like, any bands. I am a very diverse person. Like, I'm neurodiverse, and I'm also diverse in all of the things that I like. Like, I have such a broad taste in music, TV. Like, I can go from classical music and classical period dramas to modern things and pop music, and, like, I've got just such a broad taste, so I don't know if that, like, I like most of Taylor Swift's songs. There's a few I'm not so keen on, but, like, I'm like that for every artist that I listen to. There's always, like, a few that I really, really, really love, and then there's some that I'm like, yeah, I don't mind them, and then there's some that I'm just, like, not that keen on. But I like Kyla. You know I like most of Taylor's songs, Kyla. We've talked about this. But I just don't know whether that makes me a Swiftie. Like, I don't know what the requirement is to be a Swiftie. Do you have to like every song from every album, ever? Or is it okay if you don't love every song? Like, I don't know if I count. That's the thing. Again, some people are like, you're only like a Swiftie or a true metalhead or a true this or a true that if you like everything and this, that, and the other. So I'm like, I never know. No, she can be a Swiftie, but not like all the songs, because I'm the same way. Okay, so yeah, that's me then. And I just ran into the water. Again, I keep doing that on this grind. Yeah, so I would guess that means I'm a Swiftie. Oh my god, Mel, it's not a cult, lol, we don't have to like it all. Yeah, but Kyla, some people are like that. And the last thing I want to say on the stream is, oh yeah, I'm a Swiftie. And then they're like someone comes after me. Because this, you know that there's crazy people like this, because we've seen them in comments. And then they come after you, and then they're like, yeah, but do you do this? Or have you ever been to a concert of hers? And it's just like, okay, I really don't want to deal with a crazy, crazy person. Mel is gonna get cancelled for calling Swifties a cult. Listen, I didn't call them a cult. I didn't say they're a cult. I didn't say anybody's a cult. I just said that some people won't class you as like a Swiftie or a specific band or music artist fan, like whatever their specific name is, I guess. Unless you love absolutely everything, have been to the concerts, own CDs or merch, or like, I'm just like, I'm me, and I like certain things. I don't necessarily like all of it, but I do like, you know, a decent bit, so I don't know. You'll say it, G. Also, hi, G. Great to see you. Great to see you. You must fill out the survey and then we'll make our decision based upon your answers. I mean, yes, some people are like that. Like, it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but until you've met a person that's like that, oh my god, it's crazy. And it's just like, I'm good. Thanks. People have become too possessive. Those are the new fixated fans that make it like that. It didn't used to be this way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I just avoid being, you know, caught up by the crazy people. Hi man, hi G. LMAO, what is happening? Who knows? Wyvern King, you never told us how I never told you guys how I met my boyfriend. Honestly, it just kind of, it happened, so I was going through some stuff, and I was feeling kind of lonely. There wasn't really anyone to talk to that particular night, but a friend of a friend was streaming on Twitch, and I was like, oh, I'll pop into his stream and say hi, I haven't been in there in a while. So I did, and he was doing a collab with my now boyfriend, and I heard his voice, and I was like, ooh. He's got a hella nice voice. Like, because he's got a beautiful Scottish accent. And I must have spent, like, 10 minutes sat there going, do I tell him that he's got a nice voice, or is that going to sound really creepy? Like, the last thing I wanted to do was creep out, like a mutual friend, I guess. And I was like, oh, do I say it, do I say it, do I say it, do I say it? And then at some point I just went, oh, heck it. People sometimes say I have a nice voice, and I don't think it's anything creepy. So, I'll just say it and hope for the best. And then he was like, oh, thank you. And I hopped into his stream, because I realised he was streaming, like, his perspective as well. And he recognised my name, which was crazy. And apparently, the mutual friend had been talking to him a few months ago about, like, YouTube and uploading videos and stuff. And when they'd been talking, he had mentioned me and my channel, and had shown him me and my channel. And so when I popped in the chat, he recognised me as, you know, being Mel. And it was the next stream of our mutual friend. I was in the chat again talking, and just venting about some stuff. And and we were talking about, like, being single and all that, and then he was like, oh, maybe I should slip into your DMs, and I was like, well, my DMs are open, and then he did, and I wasn't expecting it, because the problem is with me, I always expect that people are just taking the mickey out of me. Like, I'm not normally approached by guys. I've very rarely been approached by guys like that. And so when he sent me a message, I was like, oh my god, he is actually flirting with me. I was actually in call with Kyla and Flinter at the time when this happened, by the way. And I remember saying to Kyla and Flinter, and if Kyla's in the chat, I wonder if she remembers this, going, so there was this guy that I've been, like, wanting to talk to, because, like, he seems really cool, and I really like, you know, his streams, and I'd like to get to know him. And I was like, I'm pretty sure he's flirting with me in this Twitch chat right now. And I was like, this can't be happening, though, because I wanted to get to know him. And, like, if he's actually flirting with me, then it's just, like, been handed to me, and that's not how my life ever works. So I was really, really confused, and I just, you remember Kyla, huh? You remember it all too well. Taylor Swift song. Yeah, so, and then we started talking, and I very quickly was like, oh, yeah, this guy is just lovely. Let's start dating and see how it goes. And I just, fell head over heels for him. And that's how we met, and now we're here, nearly a year later. Mel stalked him. Didn't stalk him, I just investigated his stream. You know, I had to find out who the Scottish guy with the, you know, beautiful voice was. Hi Ryder, how you doing? You made a hacker rage quit on COD? Very nice. We don't like hackers. We don't like hackers. Oh heck, you love that. It was really sweet. Like, both of us were mutually so, like, we wanted to speak to each other but were so shy. Our entire first call was, like, both of us just giggling at each other for, like, 90% of it. It was really sweet. So, yeah. I was just so baffled that it was happening. So, yeah. But he told me after, he was like, yeah, I recognized you as soon as, like, I saw your name. And I was like, oh my god, like, you're the girl that we'd been talking about with the, you know, the channel on YouTube. And that's why he does the whole Mel famous thing, because he said that, like, to him, like, it was like having someone famous come in the chat. And I was like, I'm not famous. And then he was like, you are famous. And so he started the whole hashtag Mel famous thing. And the rest is hashtag Mel history. Yeah? I am definitely very lucky, Wyvern King. Very, very lucky. He's such a sweetheart. I got very, very lucky. Very happy with my gorgeous Scottish man. No, Ian, I'm sure you won't. Okay, so I guess they're just not gonna be here this time, which is fine. Probably bobcats. Mel on the call, tee-hee, effectively. I just was just baffled. Like, I was like, okay, I wonder if, like, you know, because we've got a mutual friend, if, like, we play any mutual games, and whether we'd be able to, like, meet up and talk that way. And then this guy just is like, well, what if I just was to, you know, start talking to you in DMs? And I was like, really? To me? Okay. Oh, Wyvern King. Don't worry, I had my heart broken too. I had my heart broken too before I met my gorgeous partner. It was not good. And then he came along and changed everything, so Never say never. Yeah, Flinter and Kyla definitely were, like, because they met over stream, like you said. And I just remember saying to them both, like, I think, but I'm not sure, because I was like, maybe he's just taking the mickey, but he wasn't. He was serious. Yeah, exactly, K-Max. Someone for everyone. You would make a promo out of finding true happiness by liking, subscribing, and becoming a channel member, but even you can't make a promise like that? Oh. Not using your what was it, business and advertising course for that one, hey Graves. The easiest way to avoid heartbreak is to not have a heart. Alcohol helps too. Gosh, gee. Looks around behind her. You talking to me? Yeah, basically. I was very shocked. And I was like, damn, I'm so glad I did say what I was thinking about him having a good voice. Because it encouraged him to start talking to me. I love a Scottish accent, so it works. Can I do a British, I can't even say it now, British slang class for the stream? I don't know enough slang. Like, I don't think. Like, I'm normally having to look up what, different slang means. Sometimes there is mules here that get stuck, so we'll have a look. I had a few get stuck along here yesterday, so that's why I'm wondering. Because there's sometimes some in this zone, but they generally haven't been anything special, so. You have the best accent in the UK, Maya. Lol, yeah. The Scots accent is a very good accent. Flinter was fine after last night. He went to his dad's to help build a deer stand. Lol, Kyla. He kept himself, like he was saying on stream, he was keeping himself below his, like, I'm drunk limit, right? It was so funny, though. There was a point, Kyla, where I got up to make a drink, and I had the stream on the TV. And so I'm, like, in the kitchen behind, making a drink. And I could hear a specific conversation going on between Flinter and Crow. Crow was obviously a bit more tipsy than Flinter. Flinter was, like, dying, and I could hear that he had his face in his hands, and I stood there, like, laughing whilst trying to make a drink. He wasn't even close to Scarecrow, the house he can't speak. He wasn't even close to how Scarecrow was this go around. No, not at all. I could tell that by the incident that that made me start laughing so hard. That was the one I put in the group chat, Kyla, in the quotation marks. Crow was crunk. It was pretty funny. As a proud Southern Irish / Scottish, you decline Graves' statement. Lol. You feel so guilty when you shoot frozen animals, but then it's like, it's not your fault the game is broken? Yeah, if an animal gets stuck because of a glitch in the game, not your fault. But I was having a drinking stream today already. Yeah, well, I'm drinking, fruit juice. Like, I can't drink alcohol. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Just it's because I haven't barely slept. Like I was saying in my Discord, I had a real bad night. Like, well, quote unquote night for like me when I sleep. I had auditory hallucinations, I had visual hallucinations. At one point, like, if you're eating, don't listen for a few seconds. At one point I threw up in my sleep, woke up choking, and I was like, I'm just dying. I was not okay last night. I get sometimes the hallucinations when I get really tired. Apparently it's nothing to worry about. They're fairly common. But yeah, apparently that's the thing that happens to me when I get really tired. Congrats on the MULE now. Thank you so much, Ender. Hello. Hello. What juice am I drinking? I am drinking... it's technically squash. Which, again, someone put all the different, like, ways to say it, because not everyone is British and knows what squash is. But it's like cordial type stuff. You put it in water and it makes it flavoured. It's berries and cherries. And it's actually really nice. It's not my favourite, but it's nice. And, you know, at least I am actually drinking. Because, oh my gosh, again, I had a headache yesterday as well. I don't know whether it was the heat that was getting to me, because like I said, I don't do well with the heat, or if I'm just being me, and maybe possibly under the weather as per usual. But yeah, something was going on, and my body was like, no, you're not having a good time. You don't know why Crow thought it was wine was a good idea? Wine. Getting wine drunk on stream, huh? Lol. A couple of nice bucks, and then there's a couple nice bucks over there. Can't handle wine. Start with beer. I just can't drink. I'm not allowed. Medically not allowed. Because of my, some of my medications, straight up have, do not drink, risk of death, written on them. So it's like, probably shouldn't. So yeah, I've not had a drink, because I've been on on these various medications that have that as a warning since I was quite young. So it's like, probably shouldn't, you know? Shouldn't risk it. Not that I think I'd be the biggest fan of it anyway. Mum says she doesn't think I'd, like, enjoy being tipsy or drunk. Because I like to be very... in control of myself. And, like, obviously alcohol loosens you up a little bit. But as, like, an anxious person, I'm not sure I'd really like it. I don't know. I'd either not like it at all, or it would be nice. And I can't tell which I would be. Champagne or wine wasn't too nice. Oh. Champagne always sounds so, like, fancy, and it sounds like it would be good. But again, I don't know if I would like it. That MULE is, like, right behind there, so I'm going to shoot one of the smaller ones and hope... I was hoping I could get him as he came out there. Oh, I did hit him in the back leg there. Don't drink tequila or Fireball. No, very obvious why. You just wanted to pop in, got a great one whitetail to take down with a bow. Ooh, nice, Ender. Good luck. I hope it goes well. Have fun on the muleys. I will continue to do my best having fun. If my voice doesn't give out. But yeah, having fun so far, so I'll just keep on with it. Hot damn, stupid phone. Can I drink energy drinks? I can, but it's not recommended. Like, if I wanted to, I probably could, but it's not recommended. I struggle with anything that's fizzy, and a lot of any energy drinks are fizzy. Because on top of, like, my list of just medical things, I have a twisted esophagus. And unfortunately, basically what the problem with that is like, there's a little, like, flap. This is how it was described to me. There's a little flap that goes over the top of your stomach. when you swallow, and that, like, keeps stuff from coming up, right? Having a twisted esophagus, mine doesn't cover, like, the entrance to my stomach properly, which is why I've got acid reflux, and, you know, sometimes will throw up in my sleep, etc., which is just awful. Like, again, waking up this morning at whatever time it was, for me, early, but, like, normal time, not that early. But, you know, I sleep at weird times when I do sleep. And just, like, being choking and, like, having that burning, like, acid sensation in your throat is so horrible. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I've forgotten what I was going to say. Yeah, and so, generally, I'm not keen on energy drinks. I guess we didn't actually hit that buck in the leg like I thought. Oh well. Generally not keen on them because most of them are fizzy. And, yeah, as you can imagine, the fizziness, if you've not got, like, a thing covering the top of your stomach, it kind of bubbles. So I'm generally not... Most fizzy drinks aggravate me. You know the only fizzy drink I've had in recent times that doesn't do it? Freaking Iron Brew. How ironic is that? Like, I went to Scotland for the first time, and my boyfriend was like, you have to try at least a sip of Iron Brew. You just do. You're in Scotland. And I was like, okay, I will. And I tried it, and I just gave, like, it's quite quick. I'll know, you know, quite quickly if it's causing me any issues. And it just didn't. So I can drink Iron Brew for some reason, but a lot of other fizzy drinks don't get on with me. And also, I am basically not supposed to drink any form of caffeine because of my anxiety and my heart. Like, they always told me don't drink caffeine when I didn't have the heart problems. But then they, you know, I don't know how to say it, I got heart problems because of the medical mistake that was made. And, you know, already having anxiety and, like, trying to control that, it's not a good idea to put even more strain on my heart, so I have to kind of avoid caffeine. So, again, I'm really boring when it comes to food and drink. Like, I like plain stuff, mostly. Like, just, like, flavoured waters or fruit juices, they're all fine. But I gotta be quite careful with what I eat and drink. And then I'm autistic on top of it. So it's like, I remember, on one of my doctor's appointments, like, they were running through all the different things, and they were like, oh, do you need a dietitian or want to see a dietitian? And then, like, we were talking about all of, like, the various conditions I've got. And I was like, so the thing is with, like, meal plans, it's not always that easy. And they looked and they were like, yeah, I can see why. Like, between having, you know, residue from nearly dying from food poisoning, and then a twisted esophagus, and then being autistic, and then having heart problems, it's just like, you just eat and drink what you can. Because brew is kind of soft even when it's fizzy. It's kind of smooth when you drink it, yeah. You're saying can't really have caffeine because issues, yeah. I try and do what all the doctors recommend. Iron Brew Drink of the Gods. It's so nice as well. I really like the flavour of it. It wasn't what I expected at all, so... Britain not known for great medical facilities, to be honest. Yeah. It was, it's been struggles with my medical history, that's for sure. Unfortunately, I was, like, everything with me was a struggle. My birth, the pregnancy for me, my mum's pregnancy with me was, difficult. I was actually supposed to be one of a pair of twins, but my twin died when it was quite young. Don't know if it was a boy or a girl, but my twin died. And then when mum gave birth to me, apparently the actual, like, giving birth bit was okay, But as soon as I had been born, my mum hemorrhaged, like, flooded the room with blood. They literally, like, this is not an exaggeration of this story. They threw me to my dad, who was there, obviously, and they rushed my mum into, basically, in surgery and then into critical care, and I wasn't, like, with my mum for, I think it was the first 24 hours or even longer of my life. So, like, she nearly died. Apparently it was, like, they were like, okay, the baby's breathing. There you go, Dad, we're off, we're going, bye-bye. And that was it. Me and my dad were just, like, left while Mum got taken to the operating theatre to try and save her life. Which thankfully they did. Because God, but, like, yeah. So, I have just had, like, from moment one of my existence, there's just been problems. And, like, because you talk to people and they're like, you cannot possibly have all of these things. And I'm like, I don't want them. Like, if I could get rid of all of these issues, trust me, I would. But I've also been told that, like, because of some of my mum's medical history, like, that I'm quite likely to get some of the things she had, and some of that is, like, kind of starting to line up. Like, with having, like, the cysts on my ovaries and stuff. My mum had similar things, so it's just, like, a lot. Which, I hate the way it makes me sound so complicated, because I'm quite a simple person in, like, how I do things, and I'm just very quiet, very peaceful. But yeah, I don't drink, I don't really do caffeine, or energy drinks or anything like that. I just do what I can, like, for food and drink. And, you know, live my life as best as I can in my own little way. Mel, so, oh, you feel like you should give me a hug, Ian, and painfully relatable. Sorry if that was really depressing. It's just like, yeah, you go through something, and then you go through another thing, and then you go through another thing, and it's just like, oh my gosh, is it ever gonna stop? And then, in my family's case, I have many times said this family is cursed, because it always seems to be, like, one thing goes wrong, and then another thing goes wrong as soon as the first thing's relatively okay. Like, the whole reason I got food poisoning was because of a landlord that we had. So, we ended up moving a lot when I was younger. We actually originally came from, literally, the like, county we're in is the county that we lived in when I was really young. And I'm not sniffing because I'm crying, I'm sniffly. Like, I'm still sniffly, I don't know why. But yeah, we're actually, like, back in the county where I was born, but when I was very young, we moved to Wales. And it was supposed to be, like, this getaway from, like, being in, like, a more built-up area where we were, to being, like, more in the countryside, and everything was supposed to be fine and dandy, right? Well, we'd already had a couple of family / like, very close friends. You know when you have, like, friends that are so close they may as well be family? We'd already had, like, a couple of people die, unfortunately, when I was quite young. Which, I was young, but, like, I still remember it. Unfortunately, I don't have much memory of my childhood until I'm about 17, 16, really. And then I start to have, like, more consistent memories, but I lost a lot of my memories, which is apparently a trauma response. But the memories I do have are of, like, all the bad things, which, again, is a trauma response. Apparently that's the brain's way of trying to protect you. Don't ask me why, that's what I got told. And, yeah, so, like, moving to Wales was supposed to be, like, this fresh start, this getaway. I had already had a couple of schools because of being bullied, so I was going to be going into my, I think, third primary school, which over here we have primary school and secondary school. So I was moving to Wales. I was going to start at my 3rd primary school, which, you know, that's a lot to have for your first few years of schooling. And yeah, it was just supposed to be a lot better. And we were moving into a bungalow that was owned by a friend of ours. And he, like, when we met him, he seemed like such a lovely gentleman. He was a farmer, and, like, he had farmland all around us. It was a bungalow that had an acre of land that we could have animals on and stuff. It was lovely. We moved in, and then we found out that he was the most abusive, terrifying man ever. He threatened my dad, he threatened my mum, he threatened me, he threatened our pets. Literally threatened one of our dogs with a hammer in front of me. I heard him screaming and shouting at my dad. His mother called us and made a threat about something, and all I remember was her saying, if you don't do what we've asked, you're not gonna like what happens to you. And it was like, oh my god. So we got out of there, moved to the next place, and we were like, okay, we're away from that. Good, it's over. I fell in love with this place. It was on, like, the side of a hill. It was an older, country-looking place, like, lots of wooden beams and stuff, which I love. I love wood and wooden beams. And it had a big fireplace. Oh, it was just gorgeous, I thought. And then there was a number of problems with the house, right? And it was like, oh gosh. Oh, hi, Sea Kayak. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, in the middle of story time again. Yeah, it turned out that basically the landlords had built this place by themselves. And even though it had failed a number of safety regulations, they still put it on the market. And it was still rented out to us. And we were like, oh, great. And we slowly started finding, like, all different problems. And then, like, this is how quickly this happened. Like, there was one evening, and I remember I just felt cold. You know, like, when you were getting the flu, and you feel cold and shivery and just ill? It came on, like, really suddenly, like, clicking my fingers, I just felt really, really sick. Really sick. And I remember going, because, like, the living room was upstairs. It was, because it was on a hill, it was, like, an interesting layout. I remember going up the stairs to where Mum and Dad were in front of the fire and going, I don't feel very well, I'm going to bed. Yeah, I love wood. I do! Wood is pretty. I think because my dad does, like, a lot of carpentry stuff and he's really good at building things, that's probably why. But yeah, I remember going up there and being like, oh my god, I do not feel well, I'm going to bed. Woke up the next morning and I was the sickest I've ever been. Like, I was just bad. And they were like, okay, you're not going to school, because you're not well. And yeah, that's how we found out that then by going to the doctors, because I couldn't keep anything inside. Not even water. Like, I was getting very dehydrated very quickly, and just, like, going downhill very, very quickly. So, got taken into the doctors as an emergency appointment, and they said, you have Campylobacter, have you just come back from, like, any foreign countries? Have you been to any foreign countries and drunk water that might have been dirty? Like, even bottled water that had been opened. Have you drunk anything like that? And I was like, no, I've never left the UK. And they said, well, you've got this disease that is known to kill people. You are very seriously ill. We're starting you on, like, the strongest medication we can. And hopefully you'll be alright. But it's dangerous. It's not okay. We need to let the government know that this has been contracted from somewhere within the UK, because it's serious. It kills people. I was like, I don't even know, maybe 13 at this point? And I was like, oh, okay, I don't know. And they were like, do you have chickens? Do you have livestock, cows, sheep, anything? Do you have anything? And we did have chickens, so they came and they tested the chickens. The chickens were clear. And they were like, the only thing we can think is that it's your water supply. And so they tested our water supply. It was our water supply. The landlords had put in a well, which was our water, and when you have, like a well for your water that naturally collects, it's supposed to have an ultraviolet filter on it to, like, kill any bacteria that could potentially get in there. Remember what I said about us living halfway up a hill as well? Yeah. Guess what they didn't put in the well? No filter. No filters at all, let alone an ultraviolet one. And there were cows being kept on the fields above us. And when it rained, guess where all of the dirty water from the livestock was going? Straight into our water supply. And that's how I got sick. And so, I don't actually know if the landlords ever got in trouble for that, but there was, like, a point where it was, like, being talked about us taking them to court for it, because it was that bad. And, like, that damaged my stomach, like I said. Doctors told me to drink Actimels. I don't know if you guys have them, like, in America and other places, but they're little, like, yogurt drinks that are supposed to be full of, like, gut bacteria. Because they said, well, your gut's destroyed, basically. Everything that you've had in your gut to, like, process food, to protect you from things, that's all gone. Like, it's stripped. You've got nothing in there anymore. And I was like, okay, so I drank those Actimels religiously every single day. Never made any difference. And it's never fixed my stomach. And I was like, okay. Then we had several more family members and close people die. Ended up in even, like, more bad rented accommodations, mold, various other issues. Just, like, if it could have gone wrong, it's gone wrong in my life. And then my mum got sick, and now she's permanently disabled. She can't work, like, at all. She used to be a senior carer. Like, she was very, very high up. She was amazing at her job. She looked after old people, and she was very passionate about her job. She just loves looking after old people who need looking after. That's her passion. She can't do it anymore. She's got, like, 4 types of arthritis, fibromyalgia. She's got a thing called a Chiari malformation, which is her brain pokes out the back of her skull down her spine. She's got to have surgery on it in the next few months. They're currently, like, doing pre-ops and stuff for it. So she had all that. Obviously, she had my difficult birth. She had a difficult birth with my sister. One of my brothers also nearly didn't make it because he was born with the umbilical cord around his neck. So just several difficult births. Turns out she had endometriosis, which PCOS and endometriosis are... They can be kind of like... They're so close that they can be misdiagnosed as each other. Basically, it's both problems with womb and, like, cervix, ovaries, all of, like, that part of the female body. And she had to have everything taken out when I was younger. I remember it. Such a major surgery. Because that's removing, I think, like, 4 or 5 organs straight up just gone. And, you know, now I'm having those kind of problems as well, and have been for a few years. So they're, like, questioning, like, And because I'm having problems with my bones, and, you know, a lot of the problems that she has with her bones can be, like, hereditary as well. So it's like, So yeah, just, like, it's... If there was, like, anything that can go wrong, logically, generally does with my family. So that's why when I get 5 moments of peace, I'm just, like, suspicious. Yikes, it deleted your whole microbiomes. Yeah, everything gone. They tested me and everything, and they were like, yeah, you've got nothing. You're gone. Like, you need to restart your entire gut Good God, Mel, you could write a book on your whole life. At one point, I did have a book deal, but I got too overwhelmed to do it. I actually, because I did an anti-bullying feature on Sky News at one point. Back in the days when I had Twitter, I did like an anti-bullying campaign for, like, it was I think it's anti-bullying month or day or whatever, I can't remember. And I did a post on Twitter, and it got like, I want to say 250,000 retweets. A lot of celebrities shared it and stuff. So I ended up on the news talking about it on Sky News. And a subsequent, from that, I got a message from a decent company asking if I would agree to write a book on everything. And like I said, I was going to do it, but they were very restrictive about how they wanted things to be written. And unfortunately, just with how my brain works, it didn't work for me in the end. Like, they wanted chapters and stuff to be structured in such a way that it didn't really work for me, and I was finding it to be way more stressful than, was first thought. So eventually we sort of came to a mutual agreement that it was probably not a good idea to continue with, but yeah. You finally got a level 5 and it was a troll? I'm so sorry, Kyla. If it would have been a diamond if you were streaming. Oh wow, you've only ever heard of Chiari in the textbook. Very interesting condition. Yeah, it's also rare. And she's only just been diagnosed with it. And she's 64, I think. So, yeah, it's been interesting. And then, some of you know the whole past, not this last year, but the, 5 years before that, for personal reasons, weren't great. So, yeah, just a few things. Good to know you're not the only one who's cursed. It's legitimately, I say it all the time. I'm just like, yeah, we're cursed. You get something done and then it immediately goes wrong. We're like, yeah, it's cursed. Oh, I can tell you guys a side story from the house on the hill that was, not properly put together. It had slate tile roofs. And one day we had a really bad storm. It was bad. The wind and the rain, it was low-key kind of terrifying. I want to say it was a named storm, but I can't remember. Anyway, we heard some loud bangs outside. Really, 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 really loud bangs. And we were like, oh my god, what is that? And so, all three of us, me, mum and dad, huddled to the door and looked out. And one of our bins had been straight up picked up, a wheelie bin type thing, picked up and put in the road by the wind. And it's a single road going up this hill. It's only big enough for one car, so there being something in the road is extremely hazardous, because it's not like they could even swerve. So, Dad runs out to go and pick it up, and the next thing we see is one of the slate roof tiles flies off of the freaking roof straight towards my dad. Now, thankfully, there was a fence around the edge of, the front, I don't know, it wasn't really a garden, but just, the front bit of the house. And he ducked behind that, and it smashed against that and shattered. And then we hear more roof tiles start lifting up. And my dad's out there, and there's, slate roof tiles are no joke. If you get hit by one of those going fast, they will slice right through you. It's a literal piece of rock going at however many miles per hour. It's not good. So we were screaming at him, just stay behind something. We're gonna call, police, fire brigade, whoever we need, because, this needs to be closed off. Because if a car goes by, and one of these slate tiles does that, which they kept doing it, that could kill someone. Not just one of us, but like someone driving by. We had police, we had the fire brigade on the roof. It was like the whole road ended up being like taken up by police and fire brigade because it was classed as such a hazard. It was absolutely terrifying, and we were like, thank God you were able to get behind that fence, because oh my god, that would have not been nice. And like, being rural, it's not like the hospital's 5 minutes down the road. It's quite a way. So yeah, wouldn't have been fun to try and deal with. You cracked your head open once, Wyvern King? Ooh, nasty. I've had concussion a few times. 3 times, I think? But I've never cracked my head open. We need an Emmy and a Grammy for everything we've been through on my life. Yeah, Maya, we do, to be fair. Hi, Johnny, how you doing? You love Slate, but never get them done in a windy county, especially on a hill. Yeah, they weren't nailed down. They weren't nailed down. That's what we found out from the fire brigade. They went up there to, like, put, it was like almost like a tarpaulin type thing, if I remember correctly, over the top of it to, like, stop them from flying around. And they were like, these aren't nailed down. Like, at all. The guy had just stacked them that had built the house. So, of course they were flying off, because they didn't have anything holding them in place. All that was holding them in place was the ridge tiles, like the ones on the very top. Think you have brain damage from cracking your head open? Honestly, anything to do with the head is really scary. It's scary. You thought it was going to turn into a Bigfoot story with the way it started when it made that noise? No, it's scarier than Bigfoot, man. Roof tiles flying at you. It's the last thing you want. Oddly enough, with the amount of trees you've fallen out of, you don't think you've ever had concussion? What? The builders are horrible? Yeah, it was the guy that we were renting it from. It was him and his wife we were renting it from. And they had hand-built it. I'm saying that in quotation marks. You know, it was like a barn that had been, like, renovated, but they hadn't done a good job. I nearly forgot to go and pick this one up. Yeah, they hadn't done any of it properly. There were so many failures. It was awful. And something else as well, when we went to view the place, there was a Shetland pony. And like I said, I was very young at the time. And she was like, oh, we can leave the pony here if you want. You know, it can help graze the land and everything. He's really friendly. And with them, sure, he came over and had some scratches and stuff. The neglect that they'd left that pony in when, by the time we got there, it was awful. Overgrown hooves, had rain rot because they hadn't left, like, any proper shelter or anything for it. We ended up having to call some people to come and rescue him because he was extremely aggressive. It was a stallion, and stallions, whether they are ponies or big full-size horses, can be difficult to manage. And the only horses that should remain as stallions are very, very well-behaved, good-mannered animals. You do not want an intact male horse that is in any way dangerous. This thing was just the epitome of what a stallion shouldn't be. And it was very clear to me, as the person who, you know, tried to groom him and everything, that he had just been, I think, left feral basically his whole life as an intact stallion. So he was just the most aggressive thing. And he needed so much help. Like, he needed to be gelded, very obviously, but he needed his hooves completely, like, reshaping. He needed a full brush out and treatment for rain rot and just the neglect that his coat had been in. And, you know, we tried talking to the owners, being like, will you come and collect him? Because we can't do anything. Like, we're feeding him and trying to, you know, provide for him as best as we can, but he's attacking us, he's attacking our chickens. My sister's, at the time, boyfriend came over to visit, and he bit my sister's boyfriend bad. Like, he had to go and see someone level of bad. Like, people think, oh, it's a Shetland pony, what damage can it do? A lot. They, like, even the littlest of horses are very, very strong. And their bite is nothing to joke about. And yeah, he was very badly bitten. So we called someone after they basically refused to come and collect him. They were like, you said you wanted him, and all this, that, and the other. And we were like, well, we didn't realise that you'd left us a completely untrained stallion. So we called someone, they came and had a look at him, and they were like, yeah, this is a neglect case. He needs to be rehomed. You've done the right thing by calling us. And it was just heartbreaking, this poor animal you know, had obviously just been left, like I said, just to basically roam what land there was with no care, I guess. Horse bites are scary. Yeah, they bite, not nip, yeah. It wasn't like a playful nip. He chomped with the entire force that he had. Like, the bruising was insane that my sister's now husband ended up with. It was crazy. But yeah, poor thing. He'd never ever had any care. He went to I think it was a specifically Shetland pony rescue, and we actually kept up with it for a while. And he did get the care he needed. Because we're animal people. Like, we were devastated. Like, it's not his fault that he was like that. It's because he hadn't been looked after at all. You know? So, poor boy. But immediately the first thing they did was geld him as well. They were like, yeah, no, he's not staying intact. He needs gelding. Hey, Luke. Just joined the stream. Hope you're well. Anything exciting? We have had a diamond. Other than that, nothing major. Just been shooting, talking about all kinds of different subjects today. And yeah, just chilling, really. We've talked about everything from some of the most dangerous animals and, like, which animals you wouldn't want to end up, like, alone in a room with, to various, like talking about food and drink, and me telling some stories for a little while. Yeah, as an animal person, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's technically your animal or not. If you see an animal in distress, it's, like, just sad. And I was fully prepared to try and help him, but, like I said, at the time, I'm not a very, tall person, and I'm not extremely strong. I tried to be, which is often to my detriment, because I pick things up that are way too heavy and end up pulling a muscle. But, yeah, I was only, like I said, 13 or 14 at the time. And a Shetland pony, full grown, for me then, he could just overpower me straight away. Couldn't get a head collar on him or anything. I remember when the people that picked him up and, you know, rescued him, came to get him, they had a heck of a job trying to catch him. It was a struggle. Super nice, happy, all goes well, hype, yeah. Because we had the second great one last night, if you didn't see Luke. The video is actually up. I put it up like an hour before the stream. And then now we're grinding for number 3. Because Rancho seems to be the map to be on for it, for me. So, yeah. Pretty cool, pretty cool. And I'm sure I've been boring everyone with all the various conversations. But I feel like streams really are for, like, chatting and getting to know, like, between your audience and yourself a bit more. It's bonding time. What do these emojis mean? So easy is easy, you know, like, as in the word easy. It's just abbreviated to E and Z because it sounds the same. W is just for well done or, like, good. So if something good happens, then W is a thing people say. That looks... Oh, okay, not as big as I thought, but it is a decent one. And GG is good game. But also generally just used as, like... Again, like, say a great one shows up, then, like, it's like GG. Like, yay, something to celebrate kind of deal, if that makes sense. We actually had 3 decent bucks there. Nice. Bye, Elephant Puppet. Take care. I hope you have a lovely evening, day, whatever time it is for you. Something tells me he was a dapple grey or a chestnut. He was a, yeah, like a chestnut colour. He was, like I said, not... It wasn't actually easy to tell what his true colour was. Because he had a lot of, where he hadn't been groomed. Like, so much dead hair. When I tried, I got, like, a handful out of him, and it was, like, just a lot of dead hair. So, but yeah, he was, like, a brown / chestnut. W is just, like, win, well done. Yeah. They're just basically little abbreviations. Gosh, it's 8:30 already. Knew it. Chestnuts are always crazy. Yeah. And like I said, it was such a shame, bless him. But I think he was 4 or 5, I want to say. And, you know, obviously they can live quite a while, so hopefully he's gone on to have a great life by now. Because, you know, I don't know if it was a sanctuary where they stayed. I can't remember. Because, you know, there's some, like, donkey and horse sanctuaries where they keep them for forever, rather than adopting them out. I can't remember. But I do know he was with other horses as well, which is, like, you should never have a horse or a donkey or anything on its own. He was on his own. So, having a herd animal on their own permanently is just, it's not nice for them. You should never do it. So, I remember seeing a picture of him with other ponies, which was lovely. No problem, Luke, no problem. You've been on multi so much, but trophies in a ski are really rare, it seems? Yeah. I feel like they upped, like, their game with the rarity of trophies and, like, rares and stuff on a ski, which I like. Makes it more challenging. Hi, Max. How many kills are you approximately into this number 3 grind? I'm trying to think. Because I spent a couple of hours last night after the Great One. Maybe 300-ish? A few hundred? I reckon. Yeah, that poor Chad was set up for failure. Isolation, left a stallion, no handling, no training. Bro deserved better. I'm glad we gave it to him by calling the right people. Yeah. And yeah, if you ever get a horse, you'd get him a pony or donkey as a paddock pal. Yeah, they just shouldn't be on their own. Like, it's just so sad. Like, so sad. Because when we originally, you know, took him on, we talked about, like, hey, maybe we'll get another one. Like, one that we've, like, purchased. Like, one that's ours, kind of thing. And then maybe that would be something that we would do, is have a few. Because we had plenty of land. Because we were, you know, when we looked at the place and everything, we were intending to stay there for a very, very, very long time. Like, if it had been great, we could maybe even still have been there now, kind of deal. But as soon as we realised that he was super aggressive to everything, whether it was dog, a cat, a human, a chicken, anything, we were like, yeah, okay, he needs a lot of work, and we just can't do that here. Lurking and working on a Saturday, you're listening though? Bless you, K-Flow. Thank you for lurking, appreciate it. Don't work too hard. Working on a Saturday. My boyfriend's also at work currently, which is part of the reason why I'm streaming. I'll probably finish, you know, sort of when he's due to get home, because I expect he will stream when he gets home. I must set up that command for a link to his Twitch, because he streams on Twitch, and he tries to convince me to stream on Twitch, but I prefer YouTube for streams, because I feel like because I do YouTube, that, like, most of my audience is here anyway, and I feel like if I moved over to Twitch, then it's like asking people to come over to Twitch, and keep an eye on Twitch notifications and all that kind of deal, whereas, like, if it's, you know, YouTube, then it's already people, it's ready for the people that are already here kind of thing. So, that's the reason I haven't gone to Twitch so far, and I like YouTube for streaming at the minute. Maybe, like, when I get way more confident and stuff, then maybe, but yeah, for now, Twitch is nice because you can swear. To be fair, I've sworn a couple of times on these streams, and trust me, when I do Dead by Daylight again, it will definitely happen. Call of the Wild doesn't normally cause me to swear unless a great one or a super rare comes up, or something, so... But other games definitely do. Anything makes me jump, it's gonna get told that it's a not very nice thing. Gut shot? No, not even, I don't think. Just stay struggling there, like, to move. And then I'll just shoot you many more times. That should work. You swear all of the time because of your Tourette's. Anything and everything. Fair, makes sense. Hi, Bird King. How you doing? There's a lot that are on Twitch as well, though, Mal. Could be a way to expand. Yeah, it's definitely something I'm considering, but for the future. Oh my gosh, Luke. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome in for everyone that got the gifted memberships. Thank you so, so much. Luke, you are amazing. So very kind. I really do appreciate it so much. Thank you. Oh, that's amazing. And thank you, Burb King, for the congrats on the second great one. I really appreciate it. I'm so confused now as to, did I pick up that other bug? I don't even know. I'll get the dog to tell me if there's blood, I guess. That should tell me one way or the other. I think I grabbed it. I'm not seeing blood tracks, which makes me think I got it. Whenever you get a fright, it's... Oh, you've seen those too? Yeah. My BF is a YouTuber, also never knew, even though you've watched your channel for almost 2 years now. He does have a YouTube channel. He is Bandicoot Player, and his streams are on Twitch. But he does upload his streams and also, like, stream clips to YouTube as well. But we've only been together... It's our year anniversary next month. So... We got together on the 29th of October last year. So, very, very close to being a year. I've got some things planned. I'm well excited. Bob, it's been fun, but you're off to go into a 5k run. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Luke, and no, Ian, sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm reading the wrong names now out of chat. I'm sorry, Ian. I hope you have a really nice run. Stay safe. I hope you have a good time. Yeah, a year already. I can't, yeah. It's crazy, isn't it, Maya? It's crazy. I just had the 11-month sub-anniversary on Twitch recently, and we were talking about it being nearly a year. But yeah, 29th of October. I can't wait. Yeah, it's gone so quick, hasn't it? Like, from just talking about him to now we've been together for a year, nearly. It has flown by. It's been an amazing year. Hopefully the first of many. It's crazy that it's been nearly a year. But yeah, I've got many things planned for our anniversary. It might not happen on our anniversary. It all depends on like when he can get some time off work, because he's coming down to see me. Because I've been up there a couple of times, and then I was supposed to go again, but things happened. And then there's been like the move and everything that we've had to prepare for, so I haven't been able to go back again. So the last time I saw him was like just after New Year's, because I was there for New Year's, and then I went home like 2 or 3 days after, because that's when the flights were a bit quieter. I always try to plan for when flights are quieter. I get special assistance anyway because of being autistic, so it's not too much of a problem, but I still try to go when it's quieter. But yeah, so we haven't seen each other in ages. So he's planning on coming down to see me, which I've never had the luxury of having a partner come to see me or stay with me before. So I'm really, really excited about it. And for when he comes to stay, I've got a few things planned, and I'm so excited about it. It's so silly. I get so excited about just like being able to show affection. But you know, him being in Scotland, me being down here, it's you know, I miss him a lot every day. So it's gonna be great. And like I said, when he is here for like the time he's here, which I would probably guess will be like a week, just because, you know, it's obviously a decent trip down and decent trip back up and that, so probably be when he gets like a week off or something. There won't be any content during that week, because I will be relishing in my time with him. I won't want to think about anything else. I just want to be watching TV and cuddling with my gorgeous man. He's at work, and when he gets home, I'm just gonna be like, so we talked about you on stream a lot today. Oh, it's not silly. I'm such a, like, it's almost like my love language is like showing affection, and like that's my love language. So I just get really excited, like, he'll be here and there's like things that I'll be able to do with him, like, it just makes me super happy. And I'm not sure if this deer floated, so I'm gonna get the dog to pick up the blood, because I haven't seen where it went, so unless but it was a vital shot, which makes me think, oh, maybe it floated along here. Woof. What games does he like? He likes a wide variety of games. He likes all of the Dark Souls / like Soulsborne games. He's currently playing Borderlands 4 and going for 100% on that. He's a platinum trophy hunter, so he plays on PlayStation, and going their equivalent of like 100% in games is platinum trophies. So once they get all the achievements for a game on PlayStation, you get a platinum trophy. So he's what they call a platinum hunter. So he plays a lot of different games, which is actually really cool, because it means that, you know, through watching him, I get to experience a lot of games. And, you know, games that I would never have considered that I might like before, because they didn't seem like my cup of tea. He's gonna be playing Senua's Sacrifice and Senua's is Senua's Sacrifice and then Senua's Sacrifice Hellblade? Like, I can't remember what the sequel is called, but he's gonna be playing those soon at my request, because I know that I like those games because mythology. Like, he's played so many games. He played all through the series of The Last of Us not that long ago, because he thought I would enjoy it, because I quite like story-driven games. So he was like, I'm going to play The Last of Us. And I was like, okay. Didn't really think I'd like The Last of Us, but it was good, apart from the ending. he had played them through, so he knew what to expect. I didn't, and I got my emotions messed up by The Last of Us. He plays like Resident Evil and stuff as well. He did a Resident Evil. Oh, I can't remember which one it was, but he did a full Resident Evil 100% recently. But I've never played a Resident Evil. Watched pretty much all of them, I think, especially the more modern ones. But yeah, I've never played one myself. You always obsess on one game till you don't like it anymore. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, it's Saturday, so today he will be streaming, I believe, as long as everything's, goes to plan. He'll actually be doing a collab stream with one of his friends called Yubi, and they're going to be playing Baldur's Gate, which is actually a game that I really love. And he was talking about, and joking about it, about if he sees Call of the Wild on sale on PlayStation, that he might buy it and try and get, 100% on it if I get a PlayStation, and then we could, race each other to do it, which I actually kind of think would be cool. If we actually genuinely, timed it to try and get all the achievements. But I also feel like I'd have such an unfair advantage, because, I've played it before. I've played all through all of the, achievements needed for 100%. But, yeah, he plays a whole variety of different games. So, he, played recently Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, which is a Souls-like game. Really interesting, set in Three Kingdom China, but it's not historically accurate, it's just kind of based on, that era, it's like a plague kind of disease going around called the feathering that turns people into monsters, and it's just, it's an interesting game. It's something a bit different. Again, not necessarily something I would have ever thought I would have liked, but I loved watching him play it. I had a great time. You don't play a ton of different games, you just have a few that you really like. I'm the same, Burb King. I have a few games that I play, like Call of the Wild, Classic, Way of the Hunter, and, there's a few games that I have that are in my Steam library to play either on or off stream. They're not all hunting related. I've got quite a few games in my library that I've picked up that aren't hunting related. They're animal related though, so it's horses and various different animal games that I saw on sale and was like, yeah, I'll pick that up. Things to go for 100% achievements on because I enjoy it. Again, might be off stream, could be on stream at some point, who knows. And, yeah. But I do like watching people play games. That's something I genuinely do enjoy. And because my boyfriend has such a diverse taste, it's I get to experience games through him, even if I don't have time to play them myself and I'm interested in them, or, like I said, games that I wouldn't necessarily have thought I would have enjoyed, that I've then enjoyed while watching, sort of thing. It's like an extra experience. So, yeah, it's really cool. So we're both gamers. Both gamers, and he's also an animal lover. He likes the skulls and everything. When I first went to see him, he's got a really nice Seeker stag skull. And I was looking at it a lot, and I was like, so you like the skulls as well? You're not freaked out by them? And he's most definitely not. So that's always, a bonus, that he's not freaked out by that kind of thing. Because it's not everyone's taste, bones or biology or anything like that. So we're a really good match. And we have the same favourite colour. So just the same styles in general. We're a really good match. Most of the ones you like are animal related, but Call of the Wild is pretty much the only hunting game I play. Yeah, makes sense, Bird King. I find a fair amount of people with hunting games tend to have one that they main, and then maybe they touch, like, a little bit of one or the other occasionally, but not, they don't play the other ones as much, kind of deal. At least that's what it seems like to me, as, you know, from what I see in the community. Like, I will have people that will only comment on, say, my Way of the Hunter videos, and then there's people that only comment on Classic, or only comment on Call of the Wild, you know? So, it's like, I assume that that's their main game, kind of thing. Again, we're trying to get the Platinum Trophy for Jurassic World Evolution 2 before 3 comes out. I actually have 2, and I was thinking about doing the same thing. Like, I was literally thinking about going for the 100% on that. And I was talking about I wanted to try and get 100% on the Angler. And, yeah, just, there's quite a few games that I would very much like to have the 100% achievement trophies for. Have I watched all the new Resident Evil games? Because if not, I could stream them. I have seen all the new ones. It's, if anything, the ones I haven't seen are, like, the really old ones, I think. And even those, I think I've seen bits of, you know, when people have talked about them. Because I'll quite often watch just videos about, like, interesting, like, game history kind of things. That do, like, the timelines of certain games or explain certain things. Just as I find them quite relaxing. Those kind of videos. People that, like, do the lore. Actually used to play Duck Hunter at school when I was bored. That doesn't actually surprise me. I feel like a lot of people played those kind of games, like, when they didn't have full access to other stuff, you know? But, yeah. I've added quite a few games to my Steam library. Like, what I tend to do is I'll watch them on Steam, or wishlist them, wait for sales and stuff and then pick them up in a sale. Or, as I've mentioned before, if you're like me and, you know, money's not, you know, widely available and Steam doesn't have it on sale or something and you'd like to get it, a website I use, and I can confirm that it's, like, fine, I've used it many times, I've had no issues, is Instant Gaming. It even has things like Call of the Wild and its DLCs on it for, like, really cheap. Planet Zoo DLCs at, like, cut price and stuff. They are absolutely, like I said, absolutely fine to buy from. I've had not a single issue with anything I've bought from them. It's all worked, all been fine. So, I do recommend checking them out. And I'm not sponsored by them or anything. I would obviously make it clear if I was, but just as, like, a tip for anyone else that's like myself and, you know, maybe there's a game out there that you're wanting to get, but you can't afford at full price. It's a good site. It's even got an app, by the way, so you can have the app and then, like, it'll notify you if, like, say there's a game that you want, because, like, some of them are, like, 70% off on their website. Or even, like, more, 90% and stuff like that. So, like, genuinely you can pick up stuff for, like, really, really, really cheap. And like I said, DLCs for games and stuff as well. And if it's not in stock, because they've sold out of it, you can, like, set it to give you, like, a notification when it comes back in. So, that's handy. I think I've got a few of the, Planet Zoo DLCs that way. Just because it's cheaper. Like, you tried out Fishing Planet recently and you like it so far. I love Fishing Planet. The only thing is, it's just a bit grindy. Like, if I was a millionaire, I would buy every single DLC that game has, which is a lot. I have picked up quite a few over time, and again, sales, and, you know, if I see them on a website or whatever for sale, and it's cheaper, then I'll pick it up or something. But, like, there's so many DLCs, and when you add them all together, it totals up quick. So, that's the one thing. And sorry if you guys just heard that. That was my controller. I accidentally touched my drinks thing with my controller. Hang on. I had to move my leg. My leg was dead. And then everything went to chaos. Okay, there we go. I was getting pins and needles in my foot. So, yeah. Like, I wish it wasn't, like, so much XP once you get past a certain point to get to unlock certain maps. If they could just make it less grindy. What I really want is a fishing game that is like The Angler, but, like, taken further. Give me, like, Call of the Wild, but fishing. Like, I want fish with rares, with, you know, bronze to diamond, and, like, give them, you know, like, I liked the idea of legendary fish in The Angler, but it killed me that they were always in the same spots and everything. Like, to me that takes away all the fun of it being a legendary creature. Like, I want there to be the chance of just finding one, like a great one in Call of the Wild. I'd like a big trophy lodge that you could have displays and even multi-mounts. Like, literally, if EW could just make this but a fishing game. That's all I'm asking for. Just port Call of the Wild into another engine, or I don't know what is it? Like, I don't want to say save file, but, like, take Call of the Wild, carbon copy it into another thing. Put some more water on the maps. Keep all the maps that we've got. Put more water on them. So, like, change the terrain around a bit. Put deeper water on some of them, because obviously some of the water's quite shallow. But have, you know, some shallow water, some deep water. And then replace all the mammal species with fish species. And just literally turn everything into fish. Like, it would be great. I'd play that game so darn much. I really would, a game like that. I want to catch albino diamond catfish or something like that. Which I feel like they were starting to do with The Angler. They were starting to get there. And then they stopped. And it's like, no, you just finally had started to get the idea of what people were asking for. Like, by giving the fish unique variations and patterns and scars, and, you know, that was what we were hoping for the whole time. And now you've stopped development before we even got trophy lodges. You've never even played The Angler, you don't know much about it, or they could just combine them so you can hunt and fish and Call of the Wild. Even that. Well, yeah, Max is saying the same. Like, just make it one game that does both. Like, oh, I know someone said to me, like, what if the Way of the Hunter? Because, it seems like there's a new game coming out, right? And we're... Oh, take care, Chaos. Have a good one. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. But yeah, it seems like Way of the Hunter, or the Way of the Hunter team, are coming out with a new game. Because it was mentioned in that article that I talked about in the video talking about the Eland reveal picture. If you're looking for that video, it's the one that literally has the teaser picture of the Eland silhouette, right? And in that article, they mentioned that while there's a team working on consistent updates for the future of Way of the Hunter, they've already got a team working on a new game. And me and, you know, several other people were like, okay, it's gotta be like a hunting type game for them to mention it in, like, that article, right? Because it wouldn't make sense for them to mention a game that has nothing to do with, like, the outdoors, or field sports, or hunting, or fishing, or just anything in just an article about Way of the Hunter, right? So there's got to be some kind of link. And someone suggested, what if they, like, made their own fishing game? And it was, like, instead of Way of the Hunter, like a Way of, I don't know, Fisherman or something. And, you know, if they could do it, but, like, implement rares properly. I just want Call of the Wild as a fishing game. That's all I want. So I've got all the cool fish to go after as well. Because I'm not going to lie. You catch the same fish over and over and over again. Like, and it looks the exact same, and you don't even get to keep it, or, like, a trophy for it. For me, it just gets boring after a certain point. Which is why, like, I'm contemplating going for the 100% on that game, because it gives me a reason to play it. Because I did enjoy the Angler. Like, gameplay-wise, I kind of liked it. But, yeah, there's just no reason for me to play it, like, trophy-wise. You get what I'm trying to say? Do we just need, like, everything that this game has in terms of trophies, but in a game with fish instead of mammals or birds? You know? At least that's what I think would be good. And I feel like a lot of people have said the same thing. Yeah, you want to catch albino fish too. Yeah, or like piebald catfish, and I've seen so many cool rare fish get posted. Melanistic fish even. Like melanistic bluegill I saw someone post. Really cool looking fish. And like imagine if you could then take that to a trophy lodge, like in Call of the Wild, and you could put it on like a little plaque or a diorama, or I never really liked the idea of fish tanks personally. I don't like the idea of that as much. But trophy lodge, yes. Yes, 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 yes. And that was the thing with the Angler. They said right at the beginning, oh, we don't want to do that because we want to promote catch and release. Catch and release can be done and you can still get trophies, you know, made. Most trophy fish are like replicas, so because like actual fish taxidermy degrades very quickly, so a lot of them are like I think it's like fiberglass or like a plastic type thing replica that's like then really carefully painted to match, as well as like the size dimensions and everything. Have I found any trophy wooden caribou? Absolutely none so far. Other than the melanistic female that I got in early access. No, none. I saw one level 5 in multiplayer, but it was a level 5 that didn't even, like, I think 403 was its max estimate. It wasn't even close. So I didn't even bother. It just ran past and I wasn't going to track it. Yeah, albino trout looks super cool. Yeah, if they did a fish tank, I would still be more in favour of a fish tank than nothing, you know? Graves. Oh, I appreciate you, Graves. Goodness, it's 9 o'clock. I think we'll do this last run, and then I think I'll call it for the stream. As for what I'll be doing after stream, I might go on Way of the Hunter. I might grind some more on here. I might take a break for a bit, because I've kind of been doing stuff since I woke up. So I might have 5 minutes to just breathe. Yeah, I'll be doing something content related, you know. I'm always doing something. Like, whether I'm streaming, not streaming, you don't hear me, like, you know, saying I'm doing anything, or whatever. I'm always in the background working on content. Like, whatever I'm playing, or just anything, I always have OBS set up to record. I always have something I'm working on. Trying my best out here. And if we get a great one and it's off stream, again, like I said, I mean, Flinter got all of his Until Great One Moose off of stream, and then he's had a couple on stream and a couple off. Actually, I want to say that all of his have been on stream, apart from that one bear. Like, maybe? I don't know. He's had a lot on streams recently, but it's kind of the same deal. I'm gonna be grinding probably on and off stream, and hopefully at some point we get some on stream and some off. And I mean, there's almost certainly you know, we know there's a new map coming in December. I would not be surprised if there's a new great one. It seems to be the thing, right? New map and at least one new great one. Right? Like, that's been a trend, so I'm thinking that there's probably going to be a great one at the end of the year again. So that will mean, you know, long days of grinding, not just a few hours grinding here and there. We'll be going hard on any new map, which will mean a lot of streams, a lot of content. So what I'm saying basically is there's going to be ample opportunity for a great one on stream, regardless of, you know, if it's the next one or one a little bit down the line. But now, at least with the streams being a thing, there is the potential for it. Good night, Max. Have a good one. Take care. I hope you have a lovely evening. We actually have several nice bucks here this time. No! I didn't reload. What a rookie move. Again. I feel like I did this at this zone last time. And they're all running that way just to rub it in. Because sometimes they run across that way and then I can get more. Please, like, can one of the decent ones come out? They're not gonna. Oh. Rip. That's so unfortunate. What a rookie mistake. Just securing your title, Graves. I see. I can't believe I didn't reload. So silly. Normally I'm in the habit of reloading every time I shoot. But didn't do it for that time. I'm just like hoping that maybe like I can see one of them somehow. All the bunnies around here. I feel this is why Antelope Jackrabbit wasn't as hard for me as Mountain Hare, because they are just so much more, I don't know, there seems to be way more of them than Mountain Hare. Mountain Hare seems so scarce. Oh, my breath. Do you know what? This was just a failure. We're going to pretend that this never happened, okay? We don't talk about that. That zone. Clearly, I must be getting a little bit tired, which isn't a surprise. It is warm. Very warm as well, so. That probably doesn't help with me getting EP. Hopefully. This lake is one of actually my preferred lakes. I've got a couple of sort of favourite spots already. I can't actually believe I had that great one spawn last night. Just feels like it was so unexpected. I don't know why I feel like that one was so much more unexpected, but it just was. Maybe because this grind was so fresh. Like, it felt like I'd only just set it up the other day, and then boom. We talked about maybe a short, like, part of the grind on Rancho, and sure enough it happened. Just feels really, like, surreal. Very surreal. And then we've got 3 shooters there, including that really nice buck. See, like, it just feels like we get so many more good bucks on this grind, like that. So, boom. Oh, I miscalculated, misadjusted, and then I missed 3 times. Boo, I'm doing bad. All of you should point and laugh at me because I'm doing bad. Where's the other one? There we go. At least they're hit. They should die. Well, they will, because it's the 300. What we should talk about is the latest video on the Mouse Gaming channel, how impactful that video is for the virtual wildlife photography industry. Probably not very impactful at all. Is there a trick to get ducks to come in on multi? It's so unreliable sometimes a lot. Sometimes they come in and sometimes they don't. Yeah, unfortunately it does seem to be with what Graves is saying, like a ping connection. How good your connection is to the host. It does definitely seem to be that has an impact, I would say. I've noticed it as well, the inconsistency with how they come in, but yeah. I find that hosts I have really low ping to, like 50 or something like that, I get way more birds coming in. And then if I'm host, obviously, if I get host, I get way more birds. But as soon as it starts being like 200 ping or whatever, I get way less. And I guess that's probably like a slight desync issue maybe or something, because I will still get some, but it's never as reliable when there's not a good ping. So that's just my guess anyway. I know Flinter said that he thought that was why. Like, that's something he's noticed while he's been duck hunting. So, I guess it's a case of being in the right server at the right time again. Like, to get trophy ducks, again, it's something that makes getting trophy ducks harder. Like, not only are they something that people generally seem to either not notice or not care about as much, but like trying to get them in multiplayer can be harder, because if you're not in the right server that's got a trophy duck in it, then you're not going to get something. And if you're in a server with bad ping, then you're just not going to see many ducks. But even if you're in a good server with good ping, like, if there's not something there, then you're never going to get anything. So there's like an extra layer of challenge with ducks, I guess. Welcome back, No Bad Days. I hope you are doing good. No problem, Luke. Always a pleasure. I'm always happy to answer questions where I can. I always try my best, and if I don't know, I'll refer it to chat. These two are going to be a pain to track, but we will try. Hopefully the tracks show up in that properly, because I have had an issue in a couple of spots on Rancho where the tracks don't like to show up. So, we'll see. And sometimes I've had a thing like where the tracks disappear and then reappear. It's like they're not there and then they are. Very, very strange. Who knows why, but sometimes they just seem to, like, appear. Oh yes, whitetail noises. Not here for you. Not this time around. Back in the day, every whitetail got killed on my rancho back in the day. Bucks, does. Like, before herd management was ever a thing, I killed every whitetail. Every single one. I didn't care how big it was. Whether it was a buck, whether it was a doe. Big, small, diamond, rare. Didn't matter to me. Dead. Every single one. And it worked better than anything else I ever did for, until, like, herd management became talked about. That was the way I did it back then, which it's so different now. Now there's all this, like, don't shoot this and don't shoot that, and back in the day I'd chase an entire herd down and slaughter them. You still need to see the video, just noticed that you put out a video. Yeah, that's of the second great one from last night. The second great one muley. He's so beautiful. So happy with him. He looks really nice in the multi-mount, I must say. And then, like I said, I've put the velvet rack boy on the wall, which actually, it looks really good between the two tar on that one wall in that room. So I'm really happy with that, actually. Very, very nice. But hopefully the next one is a different fur. And if we get really lucky, hopefully it's a different rack as well. But I specifically want the Dripple Drizzle for a project. So I think that's the one I'm hoping for the most. Lol, Grace. See, it's tough for me because Milky Way is probably my favourite, but because of there's a specific multi-mount I want to make, and for that I require a Dripple Drizzle. So I don't know, that might be the one I want the most at the moment, even though, I mean, I really do like it, so it's not like it's not one of my favourites, but it's not the Milky Way, so I don't know. I wouldn't be unhappy with either, let's say that. Ducks are 100% a ping thing from your hours of hunting them. Moment, none are coming in. Yeah, you know you're desynced. I have done that several times as well. Just like, oh great, there's none coming in, may as well just dip from this server. Kind of deal. Especially if I'm specifically after ducks. Normally, I check everything that I'm kind of interested in a server, so for a ski, the things I check generally are like wood bison, the elk, the wood duck. I have been checking pintail, but less so now because I've got all bar one of the rares, so it's like they're kind of less of a priority for me now. And, you know, because I've got the diamond one as well, so they're not quite as high on the priority list as they were. Yeah, snow goose. I'm not massively fussed about pronghorn and mountain goat. I do check them if I'm running past them, obviously, like, I'll spot what's there. But, they're not something I go out of my way to hunt. But if I'm in a server and it's not good time for anything, it's like later on, and maybe when I would just hunt ducks, if I start having just nothing come in, then I'll just leave at that point, because there's no point in being there. Yeah, you can definitely tell quite often, Graves, once you've been in multiplayer for a bit, you know, not seeing any animals. That's the thing that's come back. The whole getting kicked but it not actually removing you from the session thing. I know it went away for a while. They fixed it, so every time you'd get kicked from a server, you actually got kicked. Like, you were fully removed from the server, but the thing where someone kicks you and you stay in the server and are just disconnected and don't see anything is back. And it's really, really frustrating, so normally I'll give it like 60 seconds and then I'll check just to make sure that I'm still in. I'm not gonna grind mountain goats. Not even because I don't think it would be fun. I've just got no need to grind mountain goats. I've got the diamonds. I don't have a diamond with the new horns. Fun fact, I did find one, but got the session crashed on me when I was chasing a level 5 that I'm pretty sure would have been a diamond on a ski. It was located whilst hunting snow geese. So yeah, never got that. That was fun. But I have a Mela and I have an albino. And, you know, yeah, I'd like a diamond with the new horns, but it's not that much of a priority. You actually don't really like the Milky Way. It's your least favourite fur. You do like the other ones, though. Cinnamon you only like on the wall. Fair enough. You know, I think you're the first person, maybe, that I've heard say they don't really like Milky Way. But then that's, like, fine. Like, as we were saying earlier, I actually really like hearing everyone's opinions on stuff, because it just shows when people are like, nobody likes this, or everybody likes this, why would you do this, EW? No one likes it. It's like, actually, you don't speak for everyone. There's plenty of people, and they all have their own opinions. But I don't have a super rare melanistic. I don't get me wrong, because I'm not going to say this and jinx myself. If I found a super rare mountain goat in Call of the Wild, because I do have one in Way of the Hunter, actually, Graves, I do have a super rare melanistic mountain goat. Aha! I have one in Way of the Hunter. But yeah, if I found one, I'd be stoked, but it's not maybe like something I would specifically go for in terms of super rares. Mainly the super rares I want are like deer and ducks. Like, that's... I don't know. Like, super rare red deer was always the thing I really wanted. I've got that. Super rare roe deer would be cool. Yeah, it would be like deer species and stuff if I tried to get another super rare, but I don't know if there's like anything I would specifically right now, thinking about it, like just grind for a super rare at the minute. Like, grinding for a great one and the chance of there maybe being a super rare would be, you know, obviously a thing, but like, I don't think there's anything specific. I've still got my red deer set up for super rare / great one grinding that we might go back to at some point. Albino was the one I really wanted, and I ended up getting 2, which is incredibly lucky. But I'd also kind of like piebalds. Like, Mela I do like, but it's not my favourite. You know? I don't know. I wish the Melas looked a little different. There's something about them. They're a bit blue. But I just wanted it, like, I'd be happy with a decent sized Mela. My biggest Mela red deer are like level 4s or 5s. I had a day where I got 2 from 2 different parquet servers. But they were both like almost the exact same size with 2 very, very small, teeny tiny racks. And yeah, they're cool because they're Mela, and Mela's really rare, but just, yeah. Horn / antler great ones are the only supers you want, even though ducks are your absolute favourite species to hunt. A bronze albino tufted looks the same as a diamond. Yeah, that is actually one of the cool things about ducks in a way, is regardless of how big a rare is when you get it, it's really cool. Whereas like with the horned and antlered species, it almost feels like it detracts from them when they're ridiculously small, right? Like, when they're so small that they look silly on a plaque, then it's kind of like, do I tax it? Whereas, like, a small albino duck is the same as a big albino duck. You know? Kind of like how the old how the old Mela fallow looked like. Yeah, they're... I wish that when they'd redone the melanistic fallow, they kept the spots, just made them like a darker black hue, less blue coloration to them. Because there's definitely a blue, or was a blue tint, and I feel the same about the red deer. I swear there's like... Where did I just end up? Oh, in a rock. Yeah, just like a blue grey overtoney kind of colour. I swear. And I know I'm not the only person that said that, but the spots on the old Mela fallow made them so much cooler. Like, now they're just like a black chocolatey colour. Because they've kind of got that brown underneath. I'm not the biggest fan of the Melas that have a lot of brown in them. I feel like I would like them to be just more, like, solid black in coloration. Some of the Melas do it, some don't, and some look better than others. I feel like. But yeah, I do miss the old mellow fallow. Back when fallow had their old models, I actually did a fallow grind. This was before they had great ones, obviously. And I actually got a gold mellow, and I shot it with the bow, and it was at point blank. And I literally mean like point blank, right? Because he was walking towards me. I was hidden in a bush with a bow, and he got, like, literally, I want to say within 3 meters. And obviously, he'd come within the auto-spook distance, but it takes him a second to spook, because they go alert, alarmed, fleeing, right? If you watch an animal, as it goes through the stages. So as it came towards me, he got, like, super, super close as he, like, trotted towards me, and then, like, froze up. When alert, alarmed, I stuck an arrow into his chest right as he went to fleeing, and basically dropped him. And it was so cool. Like, that was such a cool trophy to get a gold mellow fallow back then, because then they were considered even rarer than they are now. And to take it with a bow at that close distance, and I took some up-close pics of him and everything, it just looked so cool. It was awesome. Doesn't Classic have true size? Yeah, for ducks. Yeah, it's true size for everything. Everything in Classic has true size. High-scoring ducks are visibly bigger than smaller ducks, yeah. Everything in Classic has true size. Like, a big, heavy elk actually is physically larger than a smaller weight elk. And, yeah, same for, like, coyotes and stuff. Like, you can look at them and be like, oh, heck, that's going to be a high-scoring coyote because it's big. My biggest coyote, that's exactly how I identified it. It came in, and I thought, damn, that looks big compared to the other coyotes. Just put an arrow in it, dropped it, which I'm not very good at dropping coyotes. And ended up being my biggest. It was like a 58 something. It was a pretty big coyote, that's for sure. But yeah, I could see it straight away. How many great ones do I have? It should be 65, I think, now. Let me check. Because it's whatever this is plus 10. No, wrong bit. 55, yeah, so it's 65. And if you're wondering why it's plus 10, it's because I reset my, like, I did new game when I had 10 great ones. So, I know that whatever total that actually says, it's plus 10. So yeah, 65. That's actually crazy that we're on that side of things now. We're closer to the 100 mark by quite a bit. You wish Call Wild had, yeah, basically had true size. Yeah, it really would. It would make a lot of difference for certain things, especially predator diamonds, duck diamonds, and super rares of those as well. Like, you would walk into a lodge and just notice that that was such a big, like a big lion or a big tiger compared to a female or a smaller one. But at the minute, they're all the same, which is sad. But they said it's something to do with console limitations. Apparently it takes a lot of, like, I can't remember exactly what they said, but it's like, to render in everything at different sizes takes a lot of, like, power, basically, from what I remember them saying. So, I believe that's why they don't have it in Call of the Wild. Can't think, but you think your biggest coyote in Classic is 56? 56 is a pretty good one. I'd never even had one that big, I don't think. I'd had, like, okay coyotes. And I was actually at that stand for elk and... It was elk, blacktail, and maybe turkeys, because turkeys would come through that spot as well. And yeah, a pack of coyotes came in without me even calling, and this big one just walked underneath me. And literally, I didn't even get it to stop. I didn't call it, and just shot it as, I believe I shot it as it was walking with the bow. Dropped it. I was like, huh. I normally can't drop them even when they're standing still. Like, they're not easy animals to drop, so I was pretty happy with it, and then it ended up being my biggest. Alligators and crocodiles could really use true size. Yeah, and I remember when alligators came out, people got really, really excited thinking they had true size because of the females being so much smaller. And they were like, oh my gosh, they must have true size, because why else would the females be so much smaller than the males? Like, this must be, like, they've added true size. And then that's when the whole discussion about why true size isn't in the game kind of happened, sort of thing. It was the alligators, as far as I remember, that started it off. But yeah, they definitely would. Because a massive, like, legendary croc would be so much longer than a, I don't know, a level 3. If it's like that because old gen, they should drop support for Xbox and PS4. And this is coming from someone played on Xbox for about 4 years. Yeah. Part of me wishes they would. For selfish reasons, I guess. You know, because I'd like to see true size and other things that they could potentially do that they can't because of console performance issues. But then part of me is like, if I hadn't got lucky enough to get a PC, because I am lucky, I know that I managed to get this PC, and say I was still on console, and I completely appreciate it, like, money's tight for basically everyone. And if you're on console, I don't want those people to feel screwed over, but maybe if it was like a toggle, I can't think how to say it, a thing you could toggle on and off. Toggleable. A toggleable thing. That, yeah, that players could switch on and off, so that they could add it for PC players, but then, like, if console players couldn't play with it because it was, affecting their performance too much, they could turn it off, is what I'm trying to say. A bit like the snow deformation thing, because, like, PC has it, and the new consoles have it, and you can turn it on and off, but the old ones don't have it. So, like, if they could do it like that, maybe? Maybe? Like, that would work? I think that could be quite cool, you know? I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas. I feel like I've just talked absolute nonsense this stream. I've probably put people off this stream because I've just freaking rambled. But I guess, like I said, that's really kind of what the streams are for, is just, like, talking about random different subjects. The videos are, like, more focused, and then the streams are just, like, do the thing whilst we talk. You had a similar idea for a setting to toggle subspecies? Oh, so instead of it being, like, gran and woodland caribou, it'd just be caribou, if you could, like, toggle it? You know something else they could add with that? It's showing what rares are rares in the harvest screen. Like, a colour-coded system. So, like, say, if the name of the fur is, like, white, then it's common. If it's blue, then it's rare. If it's gold, it's, I don't know, rarer than that. Kind of deal. Great ones could have their own specific colour. You know, that could be a thing, and then it wouldn't stop people from, like, if they don't want it, but it would help newer players that probably would want it, you know? Would work both ways. Alrighty then, there's no big one in that zone, so that's going to be it for this one. You'd rather streams like these than some where you get nothing but questions on herd management and tutorials, like tutorial questions. Wait, I read that wrong. You'd rather than, oh my gosh, this is why we're ending stream. You'd rather streams like these than some where you get nothing but questions on herd management tutorials. I could speak. And Luke, you just found an ethristic, God, I can never say it right. I have to think about it. Golden wood duck, and it was a gold score? Congrats. That's a really awesome trophy. That's actually one of my most wanted ski trophies. Congrats, Luke. That's awesome. Right. This is where we're going to end stream, because I clearly can't talk, because I think I'm tired, really. And, yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. If you haven't seen today's video, it is up on the channel, so do feel free to go and check that out if you want to see the great one that we got on Rancho last night off of stream. I could well be streaming tomorrow, I might not be, we'll see, probably a video, I would imagine, but again, we'll see, depending on everything. Thank you all so much for being here, for all the support, for listening to me ramble, and having some really good conversations, because it's always really interesting to just sit and chat while we're doing these streams, so thank you all so much. I hope you all have a fantastic Saturday day, evening, night, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And I shall catch you in either the next stream or video, depending on what comes first or what you watch first. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.